Chapter 149 Chapter 149 Taking Stock of the Gains. Chapter 149 Taking Stock of the Gains. Jiang Hao stood in front of Zuolan. He then turned his head to look at Fang Jin and the others. Lan Jin trembled in fear. Fang Jin and Bai Qiong felt their scalps tingling. "You should focus on saving your disciple first," Jiang Hao said to them. The 9 children were still bleeding at the altar. If left unattended, their lives would be in danger. Fang Jin and the others finally snapped out of it. "Thank you, disciple Jiang. We've been careless," Fang Jin said. The 3 of them went to rescue the children, hoping to see their junior sister among them. Jiang Hao turned back to Zuolan. At this moment, Hong Yuye appeared by his side. Jiang Hao picked up Zuolan's storage treasure. Fortunately, Zuolan had withstood the impact of the mountain suppression technique to some extent. His storage treasure was undamaged. Jiang Hao found 5,000 spirit stones inside, along with a stone tablet and a book. 5,000 more. He handed the stone tablet to Hong Yuye. She put it somewhere out of sight and looked at Jiang Hao. "Give me the other 2 as well," she said. Jiang Hao knew she wanted to combine the 3 tablet. After handing over the stone tablets, he turned to the injured Zuolan. "What was your purpose in coming here?" "Purpose?" Zuolan coughed blood. He struggled to speak, but the desire to survive was clear in his eyes. "Will you spare my life if I tell you?" Jiang Hao didn't answer. He simply stared at Zuolan. Zuolan chuckled and felt his consciousness grow fuzzy. His vitality was dissipating. No matter what happened now, he would die. "I was here to investigate the Heavenly Note Sect," he said weakly. "Why?" Jiang Hao was confused. Other than the Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower, what else was worth investigating in the Heavenly Note Sect? The mining site. That was the only thing Jiang Hao could think of. "We are only following orders. Each person who possesses a stone tablet has a different mission." Zuolan's voice was soft. "My mission was merely to find out about the history of the Heavenly Note Sect." "Who are you taking orders from?" Jiang Hao wasn't particularly interested in the history of the Heavenly Note Sect. However, Zuolan's investigation might be related to the book Jiang Hao had found in his storage treasure. He planned to check it later. Zuolan was in a weakened state. His head was lowered and blood flowed from his mouth. "I have a question," he said weakly. "What is it?" Jiang Hao asked. "You. What cultivation realm are you at?" Zuolan made an effort to look at Jiang Hao. "Are you in the primordial spirit realm?" "I'm at the peak of the golden core realm," said Jiang Hao truthfully. "You will be killed," Zuolan said. "There are many people in this world who envy geniuses, many." "I know," Jiang Hao said. That was why he didn't want to attract attention and preferred to cultivate quietly. When he became invincible, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Unfortunately, Hong Yuye had already discovered his cultivation realm now. Jiang Hao didn't know if she would make a move against him soon. He still needed some cards up his sleeve. "Zuoyu Tian," said Zuolan. "Is he from the Great Thousand God Sect too?" Jiang Hao asked. Yes, Zuolan's aura was fading away. "It's him. We were given orders by him, but I don't know about the others." Jiang Hao nodded. "Where are the other stone tablets?" "They probably escaped," Zuolan said. His voice became fainter and fainter. "Do you know who crafted the stone tablets?" "No, I don't know." Jiang Hao looked at Zuolan and remained silent. He was dead. Jiang Hao sighed and turned to look at Hong Yuye. "Senior, do you know anything about Zuoyu Tian?" Hong Yuye shook her head. "Let's go back." Jiang Hao nodded. There was nothing for them here anymore. After taking away the storage treasures from the enemies, he stabbed the bodies 2 more times to make sure they were really dead. Then, he bid farewell to an astonished Fang Jin and the others before disappearing into the woods. Meanwhile, Fong Jin and his group managed to rescue the 9 children. Their junior sister was among them too. After several setbacks, they finally met the disciples stolen from their sect. However, a little boy by her side worried them. However, what worried them the most was Jiang Hao. His motive and purpose weren't as simple as they had thought. They didn't question too much. Fortunately, they weren't at odds with Jiang Hao. They were somewhat friendly at this point. "For the next 3 days, don't disturb me," said Hong Yuye before she went into her room and closed the door. Jiang Hao was happy for some leisure time. 3 days without worrying about Hong Yuye was akin to a holiday for him. But he couldn't stray too far from Heavenly Earth City, as it would be easy for others to discover his location. During these 3 days, he planned to explore the city, but the immediate priority was to examine the gains from the recent encounter. Perhaps tonight was another night of obtaining sudden wealth for him. Jiang Hao began to take stock of his spirit stones. He had around 3,806 spirit stones on him. Now, with Zuolan's defeat, he had found 5,101 spirit stones in his storage treasure. In addition, there was a book of records. Jiang Hao placed the book on the table and organized the spirit stones. After putting the spirit stones into his own storage treasure, he opened the clone Zuolan's storage treasure but found nothing inside. "That's weird," muttered Jiang Hao. "There should be more. There should at least be something inside." 5,000 spirit stones was a lot of money. Zuolan was good at making money, but he must have spent a lot, considering everything he had done. Jiang Hao was already satisfied with the amount he had now, but he was puzzled that he found no other treasures at all. Does he have a stronghold somewhere else? What a pity, not even one person survived. Jiang Hao proceeded to inspect the storage treasures he had picked up from the other 4 Golden Core Realm cultivators. They weren't particularly wealthy either, with one having 926 spirit stones and the other having 1,103 spirit stones. They were poor too. Jiang Hao realized that the Golden Core Realm cultivators from the Heavenly Note Sect were much wealthier. After all, being affiliated with the Heavenly Note Sect granted them access to some cultivation resources, while these individuals had to constantly purchase resources with their own spirit stones. It made sense that they were poor unless they accumulated spirit stones for several years like Sure Xian. The 2 cultivators' storage treasures contained some other items. There were foundation building pills, as well as some average quality treasures, along with a few healing talismans. Together, they could be sold for around 300 to 500 spirit stones. Next, he opened the storage treasure that belonged to the late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator and found that this person wasn't much better off than the previous 2. They had 1,300 spirit stones, a decent quality foundation-building spirit sword, and 2 bottles of commonly used pills for the mid-stage Golden Core Realm. These items were worth around 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. There wasn't much else of value. Finally, he took out the storage treasure that once belonged to the Peak Golden Core Realm cultivator. Upon inspection, he found no spirit stones inside. However, there was a note. The first line read, "I know that I may not come back alive this time, so I have hidden all the valuable things elsewhere." Jiang Hao was taken aback. He had never expected to encounter someone like this in the cultivation world. Chapter 150 Chapter 150 Young Master and the Maid. Chapter 150 Young Master and the Maid. Looking at the note, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he had obtained such a storage treasure. There was more written on it. "I have reached the peak of the Golden Core Realm and have been accumulating spirit stones to make a breakthrough to the Primordial Spirit Realm. I have been saving for 68 years, and I have a total of 39,868 spirit stones, along with numerous talismans, treasures, and pills. I also have a formation for seclusion. These are my lifelong savings, but unfortunately, I might die here. I'm telling you all this just to let you know that you missed out on tens and thousands of easily obtainable spirit stones by killing me. Although I'm dead, you will remember my name. Disciple Donghua. Jiang Hao felt a little regretful. He sighed warily. Disciple Donghua. I'll remember your name, all right. He truly hadn't expected to encounter such a strange cultivator in this world. He felt a little sorry for killing him. However, he didn't want to encounter someone like him again. It was quite frustrating. If what the note said was true, then he had missed out on an opportunity to become very wealthy. With the spirit stones he already had, he could have obtained a total of 40,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, the spirit stones in his own storage treasure didn't bring him as much joy as before. One had to admit that Donghua was quite adept at playing with people's minds. In the end, Jiang Hao put away the note, thinking that he could place it in someone else's storage treasure next time so that others could experience this. After carefully calculating the spirit stones he possessed, Jiang Hao realized that he was still quite wealthy. He had a total of 12,263 spirit stones. This time was different. He didn't need to purchase the tea again. Deducting the 3,000 spirit stones for the law enforcement hall and another 3,000 for purchasing treasures, he would still be left with 6,000 spirit stones. I can finally raise the spirit beast properly. I might only obtain a golden bubble, a pity. How long would it take to get two? Regardless of whether the spirit beast could awaken its dormant bloodline, it was evident that it would require many spirit stones. He still didn't have enough spirit stones. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao checked his own condition. He wasn't in good shape after killing Zhualan. The reappearance of the hidden spirit ability is indeed powerful but quite exhausting, muttered Jiang Hao. I should take the spirit-regenerating pill early to avoid any complications. The half-moon blade has cracked again. Jiang Hao sighed. The half-moon blade wasn't strong enough to be used with all the three forms of the heavenly blade. Maybe using the primordial heavenly blade would have been easier. Although Zhualan possessed the power of the primordial spirit realm, he hadn't refined his cultivation yet. Someone truly in the primordial spirit realm would be much stronger. Next time I need to be less reckless. Jiang Hao reflected on himself. Just because he had killed Zhualan didn't mean he could take on someone who was in the primordial spirit realm anytime. He needed to remember that. After meditating for a moment, Jiang Hao confirmed that his body had no hidden injuries. After resting tonight, his strength would be restored fully. However, he needed to store some energy in the reappearance of the hidden spirit, and he also needed to restore the attacks in his wrist guard. He just had to decide which two forms to use from the three forms he had already learned. Each had its own unique characteristics and strength. Moonslaying was a powerful offensive technique. Mountain suppression overwhelmed and suppressed the opponent, and the meteor gave him unbelievable speed. Mountain suppression was a must, as its imposing force was astonishing. Between moonslaying and the meteor, after some hesitation, Jiang Hao chose moonslaying. The meteor was physically demanding. If he was gravely injured, he might not be able to use that power. But moonslaying was different. It could be used directly without the consumption of energy. With these decisions made, Jiang Hao began his cultivation. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao activated the reappearance of the hidden spirit and restored his power of the golden core realm at the center of his forehead. Then, he rested to recover his strength. At noon, Jiang Hao stored the two attacks, moonslaying and mountain suppression, in his wrist guard. After completing these things, he let out a sigh of relief. He was restored to his peak condition, but he was still lacking a proper blade. It's a pity that the marketplace only opens once a month. It's a bit inconvenient. Jiang Hao would make do with an ordinary blade for now. Occasionally, green bubbles also contained swords. Alt non any was t quite a rue swaras last mgnt, any still na some spirit swords left. It would be enough for now. However, if he wanted to unleash enough power, he needed a good blade. Jiang Hao watched the people below from his window. He brewed a pot of tea for himself. He used the Snow Queen's spring tea. Although he was in good condition now, the tea made him feel even more refreshed. Of course, part of the reason was that he had 12,000 spirit stones on him. He felt good when he had money on his hands. It made him more willing to make a pot of tea that cost around 55 spirit stones. Afterward, he began thinking about the next course of action. Xuelan was killed. It would be very difficult to find stone tablets unless there was a substantial breakthrough with the 3 stone tablets they already had. They would have to search from one city to the next. There are still 2.5 months left. I wonder if there will be any progress. Tian, I have to find some clues about him. These were matters that Hong Yuya needed to be concerned about, but the problem was that Jiang Hao was pressed for time. He had to return to the sect within 3 months. After pondering for a while, Jiang Hao got up and left the room. He wanted to wander around the city. When he went downstairs, he heard a little girl exclaiming loudly, "No, you can't send the young master away. Wherever he goes, I'll go too." Jiang Hao was puzzled when he saw Fang Jin and the others in the hallway. They appeared frustrated. In front of them stood a frail little girl, holding on to an equally frail little boy and refusing to let go. The boy appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. The girl must be around 10. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Hao noticed her eyes. Despite her frail appearance, her determined eyes exerted its will. He knew that the little girl had exceptional talent. It was no wonder she was chosen by the Bright Moon Sect. Then Jiang Hao turned to look at the little boy. He looked conflicted, as though he was making a hard decision. Upon careful observation, Jiang Hao felt that there was something strange about the boy. It seemed he exuded various auras, but all of them were weak. "Is he unwell?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Bai Qiong noticed him. "Fellow disciple Jiang, hello," she said. "I apologize for any inconvenience caused, my friend," said Fang Jin bitterly. Lan Jin remained silent. She had learned her lesson. Fortunately, Jiang Hao wasn't a person of bad temperament. Otherwise, if he kept a grudge against her, even her seniors might not have been able to protect her. "That's all right," said Jiang Hao. He looked at the little girl. "Is this your junior sister? She doesn't seem willing to leave with you." "Indeed. We can't make a decision right now. We will have to wait for our senior uncles to arrive," said Fang Jin. He explained the situation briefly to Jiang Hao. The young girl was Chu Jie. She used to be a maid in the Chu family. All that was left of the Chu family now was the young master, Chu Chuan. They relied on each other and survived for 3 years. Although life was tough, Chu Jie continued to serve as a maid to her young master. She had a single-minded determination and only saw her duty to the Chu family. She insisted on staying by her young master's side. Chu Jie refused to be separated from him. Chapter 151 Chapter 151 Taking in a Disciple? Chapter 151 Taking in a Disciple. Jiang Hao sat by the table and listened attentively, somewhat surprised by what he heard. At first glance, the situation seemed complicated, but when summarized, however, everything was quite simple. The maid had exceptional talent but didn't want to be separated from her young master. "By the way, we already arranged everything for the other children. They have been returned to their parents. If they are willing, the Chun family can take them in as well. After all, they are all talented individuals. It's not easy to find 7 disciples at once," Fang Jin said. Jiang Hao nodded and looked at Chu Chuan, sitting in the corner. "That young boy also has some talent. Can't you take him back together with the girl? Is his talent not sufficient to enter the sect? He can't enter. Fang Jin sighed. I checked him. Chu Chuan has average talent, but it barely reaches the third section of the Jade. It's not that we can't take him along, but he would be the lowest-ranking individual in the entire sect. It would come as a blow to him. He would also only have access to ordinary cultivation technique. It would be better for me to teach him a better technique now and let him cultivate it in a different place. Although I don't have much prestige, my words still hold some weight in our small sect. This way, he can cultivate better and receive better treatment. Unfortunately, Chu Jie is unwilling. Even if we place him in the outer sect, it wouldn't be good for him. Jiang Hao understood that where there was competition, there would naturally be winners and losers. Weak people were harassed everywhere, especially if they had low talent. This was even more prevalent in the demonic sections. Therefore, the boy had to demonstrate good talent while cultivating quietly. Only then would he be able to avoid harassment from others. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the two children. These two kids who had relied on each other for so long would eventually have to take different paths in life. At this moment, Lan Jin was still trying to persuade the children. Chu Jie refused to compromise at all, but Chu Chuan seemed to understand the situation. Go with them, he said earnestly to the girl beside him. When I make a name for myself here, I will come to your sect to find you. By then, I will definitely be able to protect you. To Bai Qiong and the others, these were words of comfort. The little boy was trying hard to console the little girl. In the future, she would surpass the boy in every aspect. Even Jiang Hao thought the same. The gap between them was just too great. Unless the young boy encountered something extraordinary, he couldn't match up to his maid in talent. The young boy seemed somewhat out of place in Jiang Hao's eyes. Jiang Hao activated his daily appraisal ability. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. This little boy was similar to Zhou Chan. If this kind of person really joined the Bright Moon sect, there was a high possibility that he would rise up in the rank. He would undoubtedly face harassment from those stronger than him, but his faith and willpower were indomitable. Perhaps you can consider taking him back with you, Jiang Hao suggested to Fang Jin. If there's no other way, we'll have to do that. Our senior uncles might arrive within a day or two. They will have to decide, said Fang Jin, shaking his head. Jiang Hao didn't say much. He felt that the Bright Moon sect would be at a loss if they didn't accept the boy. Chu Jie shook her head. Without me, how will you take care of yourself, young master? Look at it this way, if you join the sect and learn to cultivate, wouldn't you be better able to take care of me? Yeah. In a few years, our sect will have a Dao discussion event. Your young master can come and see how you've grown, said Lan Jin. When you become stronger, you can protect your young master better than you can now. The words stirred some interest in Chu Jie. Jiang Hao smiled, then bid farewell to Fang Jin. He didn't want to get involved and decided to wander around the city. This time, Jiang Hao had no specific goal. He was just hoping to find some bubbles. On the way, he thought about Chu Chuan. With his hidden immortal heart, he was like a spirit beast with a dormant bloodline. It was a pity that no one had a way of tapping into that and helping the boy. At least with spirit beasts, it could be done by spending some spirit stones. If there was a way like that, Jiang Hao would have taken the boy with him. He knew that humans couldn't drop bubbles. After a stroll, Jiang Hao bought some food and headed back to his room. He continued studying the Nameless Manual. The more he studied it, the better he felt about controlling the power within his body. The next morning, Jiang Hao was startled awake. He felt a powerful aura approaching from afar. In the end, it descended in front of the inn. So formidable. Even Zuolan seems as insignificant as a grain of rice before that aura. Whoever it belongs to might even have surpassed the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao's first thought was that Fong Jin's senior uncles must have arrived. It was best to keep a low profile in front of such a powerful individual. He decided not to go out and focus on his cultivation instead. The next day, someone knocked on Jiang Hao's door. This was the third day since Hong Yuye had gone into seclusion. Today was the last day of Jiang Hao's freedom. "Fellow disciple Jiang, are you in there?" asked Fong Jin. Jiang Hao didn't understand why Fong Jin had come to look for him. Maybe to bid him farewell. He noticed Fong Jin's awkward smile as he opened the door. "Fellow disciple Jiang, are you free right now? Can we go downstairs for a while? My senior uncle wishes to see you. It's just a request, so please don't misunderstand." A request? Jiang Hao was surprised. Nevertheless, he nodded and accepted. He had sensed the formidable strength of Fong Jin's senior uncle. He couldn't refuse. Hong Ye might have been able to handle him, but Jiang Hao wasn't at that level yet. Jiang Hao went downstairs with Fong Jin and saw 3 other people there. 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. There was nothing noteworthy about the 2 young men. Their cultivation was merely at the Golden Core realm. The person of concern was the middle-aged man sitting in the chair. He appeared calm, and a powerful aura emanated from him. It made his presence known. "I am Jiang Hao Tian. Please accept my humble greeting," said Jiang Hao. "Please have a seat," said Han Shao and motioned toward a chair calmly. "I am Han Shao. I have a small question for you, Junior." "Please go ahead," said Jiang Hao humbly and sat across from him. Han Shao looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. "I heard that your strength is remarkable. I wonder if you have any intentions of taking on disciples?" Chapter 152 Chapter 152 The Bright Moon Sect Give Too Much. Chapter 152 The Bright Moon Sect Give Too Much. Only Jiang Hao and the guests were in the living room, besides Fong Jin. Fong Jin, Jiang Hao, and Han Shao sat at a table. The 2 young men stood behind Han Shao, while Jiang Hao sat across from him. Fong Jin sat beside them and watched everything quietly. Jiang Hao was puzzled. "As a junior with limited qualification and insufficient strength, I am unable to be a teacher to any disciple. Young friend, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why not listen to our opinions first?" Han Shao said politely. "Fellow disciple Jiang, you already know about our young junior sister's situation. We tried to persuade her in the past few days, and she finally agreed to join our sect. However, she has a condition. She agrees to join us only if we find a suitable master for Chuchuan. She also said that she wants her young master to be able to participate in the Bright Moon Sect's social gathering. The latter is easy, but the former is difficult. Your strength is apparent to us all. We hope you'll consider taking in Chuchuan as your disciple." "I have no intention of taking in disciples at the moment," said Jiang Hao. Although Chuchuan was special, taking in disciples was very troublesome. Jiang Hao found it hard to protect himself. How could he even think of taking up responsibility for another person? Furthermore, being a teacher was not an easy task. He just didn't want to mislead a young person. If he could become stronger and have fewer enemies in the future, he might consider it. It was impossible for now. Han Shao took out a jade pendant and an invitation card. He gently placed them on the table. The jade pendant is a token of honor for distinguished guests of the Bright Moon Sect. If you face any problems in the future, you can ask us for help. The invitation card can be used for joining conferences and explorations of the Bright Moon Sect. This was a great gift. It wasn't given to just anyone. If he needed to flee in the future, the Bright Moon Sect would help him. He could even seek shelter there temporarily. "I also heard that you like tea. I have some good quality tea here that I would like to give you as a gift," said Han Shao and took out an exquisite box. Jiang Hao looked at the box. "Open it and take a look," Han Shao said with a smile. Jiang Hao moved the box closer and opened it. Emerald green tea leaves with a touch of fiery red on the edges. He could recognize that tea anywhere. It was the red azure tea. Jiang Hao was shocked. Our request is simple. Please accept Chu Chuan and teach him cultivation, said Han Shao. In a few years, the Bright Moon Sect will hold a Dao conference. If he wants to attend, you can send him to us. If he doesn't want to, that's fine too. Do you think Chu Chuan has no potential? Asked Jiang Hao. His willpower is fine, but his talent is just average. He could join the outer sect, but it might affect the young girl's progress. We are willing to accept her conditions because they will understand as they grow. By then, it won't affect the girl's cultivation, said Han Shao. Jiang Hao understood him. In a few years, Chu Jie, with her extraordinary cultivation, would be in the Foundation establishment realm. However, Chu Chuan might only be in the lifeblood refinement realm at that time. It would be a world of difference. Jiang Hao felt that the people of the Bright Moon Sect were actually very decent. They weren't forcing Chu Jie in any way and were accommodating of her conditions. If it was a demonic sect like the Heavenly Note sect, they would have taken who they wanted without considering what the person might feel. Don't you want to know which sect I'm from? Asked Jiang Hao. Han Shao shook his head. That doesn't matter. Jiang Hao realized that knowing about it might create trouble for both sides, so they didn't ask. They just wanted to solve the problem at hand at all costs. All other things were secondary. You've done enough already, said Fang Jin. But we would be very grateful if you could do this for us. We know it's a lot to ask. Do Chu Chuan and the others know about my cultivation realm? Jiang Hao asked. They don't, Fang Jin said. In their eyes, you are at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao looked at Fang Jin. Do they know who killed Zhualan? Fang Jin shook his head. They don't know that exactly, but they know that you were involved somehow. Jiang Hao always kept his cultivation level fixed at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He speculated that the other side wanted to hide their cultivation realm too. Jiang Hao gave it some thought. He accepted the jade pendant. The red azure tea was a bonus. He had a mission, and he was taking someone back to the sect. If the law enforcement hall accepted that as a fulfillment of the mission, all would be well. Even if they didn't, he would just need to pay the fine. There was no harm in this. Moreover, the Bright Moon Sect was trying to fulfill Chu Jie's request. They didn't really care for Chu Chuan. Even if he ended up dead in the process, that wouldn't matter to them. I cannot accept disciples, said Jiang Hao. Han Shao frowned. However, I'll take Chu Chuan back with me to my sect and leave him in the care of my master. That way, I will be able to help him as best as I can. When the time comes, I will help him if he wants to head to the Bright Moon Sect. That's the only thing I can do. Jiang Hao waited for Han Shao and Fang Jin's decision. The difference between a disciple and an apprentice was like heaven and earth. Fang Jin was a little puzzled. Why won't you accept disciples? Jiang Hao smiled. Would you accept disciples if it were you? I don't have enough seniority in the sect. Fang Jin was surprised by the question. He finally understood that even he wouldn't be able to do the thing he asked Jiang Hao to do. Han Shao lowered his head and thought for a moment. At last, he nodded. All right. I agree with your proposal. Han Shao took out a storage treasure and put it on the table. I prepared these for him. There are some cultivation pills, techniques, and treasures. Please give this to him when it's the right time. Can I take a look? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. Han Shao nodded. He turned to Fang Jin. The rest is up to you now. I have to leave the city for a while to deal with some people. After saying that, he left with his companions. Jiang Hao speculated that they were probably on their way to deal with the people from the Heavenly Saint sect. That worried him. If the people from the Heavenly Saints sect found out that he was here, the consequences would be grave. Friend, please put away these things. Please keep the jade pendant well, said Fang Jin. I believe you understand that this jade pendant represents a favor from the Bright Moon sect. The Bright Moon sect will agree to any favor that you need, whether it's something small or big. For example, joining the sect or helping with a task. However, once the favor is used, the jade pendant will be reclaimed. If unused, you will always be regarded as an esteemed guest of the Bright Moon sect. Having this status within the boundaries of the sect will be very convenient for you in the future. It would be best if you refine it to prevent it from being stolen, said Fang Jin. Jiang Hao picked up the jade pendant, which had the words Bright Moon Sect engraved on it. It was a treasure. He refined it right away. Chapter 153 Chapter 153 Do I have to be next to the Demoness while she bathes? Chapter 153 Do I have to be next to the Demoness while she bathes? Jiang Hao felt that once the imprint was erased, the jade pendant would self-destruct. The pendant emitted a gentle aura that calmed one's heart and settled one's spirit. Fang Jin pointed at the invitation card. This invitation card should be signed by you and Chu Chuan. If someone impersonates you, it may not be immediately noticeable. If you have this, we will know it's really you. Please don't lose it. Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. This card would only be useful for major events like the Dao Conference. He didn't really need it. It was mainly for Chu Chuan. He also put away the red azure tea, which was of even better quality than the one he had recently bought. He earned over 10,000 spirit stones and no longer needed to worry about Hongye asking for more tea. As for the contents of this storage treasure, you should keep them well. How you distribute them to Chu Chuan is up to you, Fang Jin said. After a brief look at the storage treasure, Jiang Hao found a cultivation technique called the Star Moon Lifeblood Refining Art. He also found some spirit-regenerating pills, and some talismans, a Foundation Establishment Realm treasure, and 500 spirit stones. This was quite generous. At the Lifeblood Refinement Realm, Chu Chuan wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many spirit stones. Having so much money in his hands would affect how he conducted himself in the sect. It might lead to arrogance and early death. I will give him a little bit at each stage, Jiang Hao said. Since he had gained many benefits from the Bright Moon sect, he would do his best to reciprocate. Fang Jin nodded. Jiang Hao glanced at the Star Moon Lifeblood Refining Art technique. Although it only recorded up to the Foundation Establishment realm, it was a powerful technique. It even surpassed the 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note. It utilized starlight as a guide to draw in the lifeblood and integrate it into one's body. It was most suitable for newcomers to cultivate at night, as their cultivation speed would greatly increase because the Star Moon lifeblood was abundant at night. This was suitable for spells. The 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note focused on blood and energy resonance for the better temperament of the physique. The Heavenly Note sect didn't have any specific requirements regarding the kind of technique one followed. In the afternoon, Fang Jin and the others prepared to leave. "Young master, you must come and find me when you can," Chu Jie said in a tiny voice. Chu Chuan readily agreed. "Of course. Please take care of yourself. Friend, if you have the opportunity, please visit the Bright Moon sect. Let me repay your hospitality," said Fang Jin. "Definitely," said Jiang Hao and bowed. "Thank you, disciple Jiang, for saving my life before." Bai Qiong bowed to him gratefully. "You're too kind. You have nothing to thank me for," Jiang Hao said politely. I may have offended you before. Please forgive me," said Lan Jin, feeling a little embarrassed. "No need for that. I didn't take it to heart." Jiang Hao was surprised at Lan Jin's apology. After a while, Fang Jin and the others turned around and left. They flew away with Chu Jie. He could vaguely hear their conversations as they flew away. Junior sister Lan, you've grown a lot. I'm not an ungrateful person. That's all. Learn more about how to interact with others, and you'll be able to accompany other juniors out of the sect someday. Jiang Hao watched them leave. He felt a little envious that he didn't have seniors like that who guided him. He had so many trust issues that whenever someone treated him well, he only felt suspicious of them. He felt that sometimes the immortal sects were much better than demonic sections. Will I ever see Chu Jie again? Asked Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao looked at the little bot. What do you think? I'll work hard. I must go and see her someday. It's good to have such confidence. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Sometimes people might have very high ambitions, but their life may be as fragile as a glass that might shatter at any minute. Do you think such a person can achieve greatness? I don't know how to answer that, said Chu Chuan. Remember, you need to survive first, said Jiang Hao. That is the most important thing. As long as you're alive, you can do anything. Do I have to endure it when people harass me? Chu Chuan suddenly asked. Only you can answer that. If you think you have no other way than to endure it, then do it. However, if you think you can fight back, then do so. No matter what you do, you have to be prepared for the consequences. Jiang Hao walked toward the backyard of the inn. Chu Chuan followed him. My sect is not an easy place to survive. With your average talent, you will naturally have to endure more than others, said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sat down in the pavilion in the backyard. Chu Chuan stood by his side. He felt nervous. Have you made up your mind? My sect is not a good place, Jiang Hao said. I have made up my mind, said Chu Chuan. I might not be able to become as strong as Chu Jie, but I still want to try so that I might be able to see her one day. All right, said Jiang Hao. You have two options for cultivation technique. One is the Heavenly Note Sect's 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note technique. The other is the Star Moon Lifeblood Refinement art. Which one is more powerful? Chu Chuan asked. Jiang Hao poured himself a cup of tea. In my opinion, the Star Moon Lifeblood Refining art surpasses the 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note in many aspects. What do you think I should cultivate, Master? Chu Chuan tentatively asked. Call me senior brother, said Jiang Hao. The 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note. Why? Chu Chuan was puzzled. Granted, it isn't as strong as the other one, but it'll be easier for me to guide you in that technique, because I already practiced that. Chu Chuan nodded. Then it shall follow the 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note. Jiang Hao looked at the little boy. His future had been determined by others so easily till now. He didn't know whether it was absurd. Jiang Hao did feel that the 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note suited Chu Chuan. Whether it would do him good was left to be found out. Jiang Hao taught Chu Chuan the static and dynamic exercises of the 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note. Once you've made some progress, I will give you the things that the Bright Moon Sect left for you. After you join the sect, I will have someone test your progress every week. It might be tough for you. You can choose not to be tested if you feel like that. If, at any point, you feel like you don't want to be in the Heavenly Note sect anymore, you can come and tell me. I'll find someone to send you out of the sect. However, after you reach the Foundation Establishment realm, I'll no longer be responsible for you. Every choice you make will be your own. After that, Jiang Hao arranged a place for him to stay and allowed him to cultivate on his own. He then greeted Chun Quan and the others. The next day, Jiang Hao went to Hong Yuye's room. As soon as he entered, a stone tablet was thrown at him. Before he could carefully examine the stone tablet, Hong Yuye turned to him. Prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised. She hadn't been out of her room in days. However, he was rooted to the spot. You cannot leave my room while I'm bathing. If you dare to peek, you know the consequences. Jiang Hao looked at the wooden tub behind the folding screen. He was shocked and worried. If it was any other woman, he would have felt nothing. He had no desire to peek. However, with Hong Yuye it was different. She made him restless and stupid. He had the heaven extinction goo poison to thank for that. He couldn't understand her at all. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 An Undercover Agent? Chapter 154 An Undercover Agent. Jiang Hao prepared hot water for Hong Yuye. After testing the water temperature and making sure it wasn't too hot, he stepped out from behind the folding screen. Senior, the water is ready. Is the door closed? Hong Yuye asked as she got up from the table. It's closed, Jiang Hao said. Close the window as well. Hong Yuye walked behind the folding screen. Jiang Hao closed the window. Place a chair and sit in front of the folding screen with your back facing it. Jiang Hao followed the instructions. Once he was seated, he heard her undressing. She then hung the clothes on the folding screen. Jiang Hao felt a bit uneasy. Although Jiang Hao could function normally when facing her, he felt that might easily lose control. Splash! The water splashed as someone stepped into the tub. Focus on the door and window, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao covered his energy trails with his Golden Core Realm ability. Considering Hong Yuye's strength, Jiang Hao didn't think anyone could get close to her. This was deliberately making things difficult for him. Splash, splash. Jiang Hao guessed Hong Yuye was pouring water over her body. A floral fragrance drifted out. Jiang Hao felt somewhat restless. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Senior, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Hong Yuye asked from behind the folding screen. Jiang Hao could guess that Hong Yuye loved taking bath. When I left the sect with you, I received a mission for recruitment. So, when we return, we might have an extra person traveling with us to the sect. Have you decided on the recruit? Hong Yuye asked. Yes. It's been decided already, said Lang Hao. Assigned by the Bright Moon Sect. Yes. When Han Shao arrived, there was a lot of commotion. Even Jiang Hao was able to sense his arrival, let alone Hong Yuye. What reward did they give you? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao heard the water splashing again. They gave me some red azure tea. What else? An invitation card too. Anything else? The splash of water subsided. A vast and majestic aura emerged. However, it quickly dissipated. Soon, Hong Yuye resumed her bath and the water splashed in the tub again. Let's pretend for argument's sake that that's all you received. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Have you ever considered joining the Bright Moon Sect? Asked Hong Yuye curiously. The people of the Bright Moon Sect seem to have favored you. Senior, you must be joking. I still have your flower to take care of. Why not take the flower with you? Hong Yuye asked. Elder Baiji would kill me. Leaving the Heavenly Note sect will be considered a betrayal. I'll be hunted down, said Jiang Hao. As a disciple of a demonic sect, my style of cultivation leans toward the demonic path. It might be difficult to settle in an immortal sect. Although Jiang Hao has always remained true to himself, the demonic sect had done what it could to influence him. He could feel the changes in him. Jiang Hao had realized that he was different from Fang Jin and the others. It might not be a good thing to join an immortal sect, after all. He might not be able to fit in. A while passed and Hong Yuye didn't say anything else. There was only the sound of water splashing in the tub. After a while, the splashing stopped. Senior, have you finished bathing? Jiang Hao asked. Do you want to bathe too? Hong Yuye walked out from behind the folding screen, looking at Jiang Hao with a teasing smile. A familiar fragrance accompanied her. She had changed her clothes. No, it's all right. Hong Yuye had changed into a different dress. Her previous red and white dress was replaced by an orange one. A white belt cinched her waist, and the hem reached her ankles. "Tidy up and get ready to leave," Hong Yuya said. Jiang Hao packed some things and bid farewell to Chen Quan. He also requested the man to take care of Chu Chuan in his absence. He didn't take Chu Chuan along with him right now. Jiang Hao asked him to wait here at the inn and told him that he would pick him up when he returned to the Sect. There were formations and spirit herbs in the backyard, which would make his cultivation twice as effective. With the Chun family around, there should be no problems. He also left some talismans for Chu Chuan, just in case. "I will come to pick you up in a month or two," Jiang Hao said to Chu Chuan. After that, he left Heavenly Earth City with Hong Yuya. On the way, Hong Yuya looked at him. "Won't the people from the sect think that you ran away?" "They have given me a time limit of 3 months," said Jiang Hao. "If I don't return in 3 months, they might think I ran away." Hong Yuya didn't ask anything further. "Did you find any more clues from the stone tablets?" Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuya shook her head. "No. That's where you come in. You need to figure it out." "What is the purpose of the new stone tablet?" Jiang Hao asked as he took out the recently acquired stone tablet. "This stone tablet is quite interesting," Hong Yuya said. "Inside, you can see the messages from other people, but it seems there is someone with a higher authority controlling it. We don't know the whereabouts of other stone tablet. In theory, the people who are involved should know about it. Once my influence on the stone tablet disappears, you will infiltrate them and find out their location or the whereabouts of the person that controls everything." Infiltrate. Jiang Hao felt uneasy. He had seen many infiltrators around him. Traitors in the sect who had wanted to kill him. He had never expected to go undercover himself. Fortunately, he wasn't infiltrating the Heavenly Note sect. He knew what happened to traitors there. The Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower was still in his courtyard. Elder Baiji would definitely keep a close eye on his activities. As long as he was clean, he wouldn't have to worry. After considering it, Jiang Hao felt that it was dangerous. However, nothing and nobody was as dangerous as the beautiful woman he was traveling with. If there are no positions available, then we can only search one city at a time. Jiang Hao frowned. After the incident with Zhualan, they might stay away from Hidden Cloud Prefecture. Hidden Cloud Prefecture was vast. 3 months wouldn't be enough to search all the places. If worse came to worst, he would have to ask Hong Yuya to let him return. If he didn't return to the sect, he would be considered a traitor and hunted. The Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower would be neglected. That was reason enough to return to the sect on time. They arrived at the nearest city, Waterwood City. After staying there for 3 days without any new clues, Jiang Hao and Hong Yuya continued on. They arrived at Luoyuan City. There was a spiritual mine here. Hong Yuya observed the place for a long time. "Do you think this place is special, Senior?" Jiang Hao asked. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Extraordinary Grace. Chapter 155 Extraordinary Grace. At the edge of the mining site, a desolate area stretched out. Further away there were lush trees. Hong Yuya stood at a high point, gazing at the mining site. The mining site itself isn't very special. It's the terrain that's a bit peculiar. The spiritual energy condenses but doesn't disperse. It's a good place. "What's the use of this terrain?" Jiang Hao asked. He looked at the terrain closely but couldn't find anything out of place. Glancing at Jiang Hao, Hong Yuya smiled. "Underneath the mine there are tombs. They are not ordinary tombs. Perhaps they have never been discovered." "Tombs?" Jiang Hao was astonished. "Should we go down to take a look?" he asked. Hong Yuya sneered and turned away. She had looked at him with such disdain that Jiang Hao felt self-conscious. "What's the point of visiting a place where the dead rest?" Hong Yuya said. "It's bad luck," Listening to her words, Jiang Hao felt even more impressed by Hong Yuye's strength. Her cultivation, knowledge, and mindset were all extraordinary. However, sometimes she made him feel strange. Not only did she claim the heavenly fragrance Dao flower from his courtyard, but she also took away his discarded treasures. Lost in thought, he momentarily forgot to keep up with her. "Do you want to stay and mine?" Hong Yuye turned back and asked. "No. It's just, I was thinking about how I admire your boldness, senior," said Jiang Hao. "Are you lying again?" "No," Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye stopped and looked at Jiang Hao. A smile appeared on her face. Jiang Hao was a bit startled. He lowered his head. A red light flashed and they disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao found himself in Luoyuan City. This was the most prosperous and populous city in the vicinity. It also had a considerable number of cultivators. Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye stayed in the city for 4 days. He even sold some items. He earned about 2,500 spirit stones. He now had about 14,700 spirit stones in total. Jiang Hao spent 3,700 spirit stones to buy a blade. The craftsmanship of the blade was average, and the quality was decent. It was suitable for the Golden Core realm and the Foundation Establishment realm. The blade was light and handy but didn't have any other unique traits. Its only advantage was durability. It was dark red, but the edge was silver. The blade didn't have a name, so Jiang Hao decided to call it Half Moon Blade, like all the others. After 4 days with no new clues, Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye moved to other cities. They stopped for a few days in each city they passed. Sometimes they encountered trouble, but Jiang Hao usually resolved it quickly so that it wouldn't affect Hong Yuye. Midway, they ran out of silver coins. Jiang Hao had to borrow some from a wealthy family with a terrible reputation. They then continued on with their journey. More than 2 months passed in a flash. Jiang Hao realized that he now had only 10 days to return to the sect. Months of searching had yielded no result. They visited various small sects and cities. They found some clues, but the people they were looking for had long fled the place. After Zhualan's death, they either fled or retreated to other places. During this time, Jiang Hao studied the stone tablet. He discovered an area for exchanging messages. However, it couldn't be used. Upon examination, he found that Hong Yuye had exerted an influence to prevent the owner of the tablet from discovering their location. They had to wait for her power to dissipate. Only then could they use the stone tablet. By why does the tablet have an information exchange area? Wondered Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao decided to study it when he returned. This is the last city in the vicinity. Other cities are far away from here, Jiang Hao said as he looked at the small city ahead. Hong Yuye was still wearing her orange and white dress. She hadn't asked him to prepare water for any more baths. Jiang Hao guessed that the stone tablet might have consumed her energy before, so she had asked for a bath. "Do you want to go back?" Hong Yuye asked softly as she walked ahead. "I'm sorry. I will have to return to the sect within the time limit," said Jiang Hao apologetically. "In that case, pray that your undercover mission yields useful information. Otherwise..." Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. "By now, I hope you know the consequences of failure." Jiang Hao lowered his head. "Yes. In 3 days, if we don't discover anything, I'll send you back," said Hong Yuye. "Do you know how many people have been trying to find your location during this journey?" Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He was curious, but he didn't know what Hong Yuye was implying. He didn't respond. Hong Yuye didn't care about Jiang Hao's silence. She walked ahead, but her voice reached his ear. "There are a total of 4 groups of people trying to find you. 2 of them are going all out. You dislike being in the limelight so much, but it seems you have quite a talent for attracting attention. I thought you were invisible." "Senior, you must be kidding." Jiang Hao sighed. Jiang Hao felt worried, especially since he didn't know who those people were. The two fanatical ones must be the Heavenly Saints Sect and the Sunset Immortal Sect. He didn't know about the others. Perhaps they were the Black Heaven Sect and the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Regardless, he must avoid venturing outside alone. After returning, he would continue cultivating. If enough time passed by, any grudge could be resolved. However, one thing was certain. All the people searching for him were having a hard time pinning his location. Either Hong Yuye masked his location, or some treasure was doing it for him. It would be better to make people think he had treasures that masked his location than an expert who's helping him. Senior, do the stone tablets have the ability to conceal my location? Jiang Hao asked. Barely. However, the stone tablets are special, and few people can see through them, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao felt relieved. If he were noticed by the seniors of the sect, he would just shift the blame to the stone tablet. If they questioned him about the origin of the stone tablets, he could just make something up. This world was filled with strange things after all. Jiang Hao looked toward the city that lay ahead. It was their last stop. In these 2 months, he had also looked for his family along with finding clues for the stone tablet. Although he was sold at the age of 5, he had lived with them as a child. Even though his family hadn't been very kind to him, he was still grateful that they had raised him. They had taught him to read and write. After he was sold to the Heavenly Note sect, life had been tough. He had no one to rely on. His life was much more difficult than having to chop firewood at home every day. He wished to see them one last time, but he couldn't find them anywhere. This was the last city where ordinary non-cultivators lived. If they were still alive, they should be here. However, he didn't find them there either. 3 days later, Jiang Hao left the city. In these 3 days, he had gained nothing. He thought of the worst possible thing that might have happened to his family. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Junior Brother, the mission has failed. Chapter 156 Junior Brother, the mission has failed. Jiang Hao visited all the nearby towns and cities, starting with Fallen City. He had even asked around in the nearby villages. Logically, his stepmother and his father should have been in one of these places. However, he found nothing. He had thought that he could meet them and resolve everything once and for all. He just wanted a chance to say a proper goodbye. When he was sold at 5, the only thing he had felt then was fear and resentment. He hadn't even bid them farewell. It had been 17 years since he had last seen them. Jiang Hao didn't want to think the worst. Perhaps they had left for a city or town further away. It wasn't impossible. A lot could change in 17 years. That would also mean Jiang Hao might never meet them again after he returned to his sect. He couldn't venture out of the sect for a few years or even a decade. By then, they might pass away. Suddenly, Hong Yuye's voice sounded in his ear. When you discover something as an undercover agent, you better be prepared to venture out. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. He nodded. If you slack off, there will be consequences. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao coldly. I understand, Jiang Hao said. Let's go. Hong Yuye took a step forward. One step covered several miles in an instant. Jiang Hao turned back and glanced at the city that was about to disappear from his sight. He brushed his thoughts away. Let's go back. In Heavenly Earth City, Chu Chuan practiced his cultivation in the backyard. His talent was average, so he needed to spend more time cultivating. It had been over 2 months, and he still hadn't made any significant progress. During that time, he had learned some new things, such as the 100-day allowance. As long as one had a talent, they could join a sect after 100 days of cultivation because that was time enough to establish one's foundation. However, it had been 2 months already, and he was still trying to gather spiritual energy into his body. It seemed that it would take a long time for him to be able to circulate the spiritual energy for cultivation. Eve Chen Quan shook his head in defeat. Chu Chuan was worried. What if the Heavenly Note sect didn't accept him? He had heard that the Heavenly Note sect was one of the most powerful sects nearby. It was also a demonic sect. He had heard it from Senior Chen Quan. He was afraid, but he didn't show it. Chu Chuan had even prepared a fake name in case of emergencies. He didn't know whether they knew his real name or not. He didn't care anymore. You're still cultivating, young friend? Chen Quan walked in. Senior Chen, Chu Chuan greeted him respectfully. Hasn't Senior Jiang returned yet? Chen Quan asked curiously. Chu Chuan shook his head. Many people had asked him the same question. He understood why they were asking him that, but he didn't dare think about it. He didn't want to entertain the notion that Jiang Hao might have abandoned him. If that were true, he would need to find a way to survive. That was one of the reasons why he had created a fake name for himself. Senior Jiang must have been delayed by something, Chen Quan said with a reassuring smile. Even if Jiang Hao took a year to return, he would have to take care of the boy. Heaven forbid if Jiang Hao arrived late and didn't see the boy where he left him. Chen Quan shuddered just thinking about it. Chu Chuan was about to reply, but suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Chen Quan was alarmed and was about to help the boy when Jiang Hao descended from the sky. He lifted Chu Chuan in his arms and flew away. Thank you, Senior Chen, for taking care of him. The spirit herbs in the backyard are a gift for you. Before Chen Quan could respond, Jiang Hao flew out of sight. Jiang Hao returned to the Heavenly Note sect. Hong Yuye had accompanied him till the sect and then vanished without a trace. Looking at the familiar sect, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 2 months, he was finally back. There were still a few more days left. Chu Chuan woke up. When he saw Jiang Hao, he was startled. Who are you? Jiang Hao was puzzled for a while, but he realized what had happened. Hong Yuye's power was gone. Jiang Hao didn't answer his question. I'll guide you into the sect. This will be your home. Don't tell anyone about how you entered the sect. Just tell them that I brought you here. Don't tell anyone about the Bright Moon sect and your connection to them. Although there shouldn't be any issues with it, it was still better to keep a low profile. The risk was worth taking. A favor owed by the Bright Moon sect would definitely come in handy in the future. Moreover, no one outside had seen his true appearance, so he could avoid being recognized. Your Senior Jiang? Chu Chuan found it hard to believe. How did I end up here? I was in the backyard. My name is Jiang Hao. You can call me Senior Brother Jiang, said Jiang Hao. Now, follow me. I'll take you in. Remember, observe your surroundings more and speak less. It might just keep you alive for longer. Jiang Hao took the boy to the law enforcement hall. He went there to report the fulfillment of his mission. Jummer Brotner Jlang, isn't TMS AMG deviation. Tian person on Tian counter looked at Jiang Hao helplessly. The person we wanted was a little girl named Chu Jia and you brought back. I couldn't get Chu Jia, but he grew up with her. They are related, more or less. Junior Brother Jiang, this is a failed mission, said the person at the counter. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. When do you plan to pay the spirit stones as a fine for failure? Jiang Hao didn't say much and handed over 1,000 spirit stones. I can pay back the rest in about 3 months. All right, said the senior sister at the counter. Here. You can keep this receipt. Senior sister, do you want me to arrange something for this junior? Jiang Hao asked. Although Chu Chuan didn't understand what was going on, he knew it was best to be quiet. I'm sure you can figure something out, Junior Brother Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded. Thank you. Jiang Hao left the law enforcement hall along with Chu Chuan and headed to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He asked someone to obtain the necessary materials for the new disciple. He then went to find his master. He informed his master of his return and also of the situation regarding Chu Chuan. If his master punished him by assigning him to the mines, that would just be a bonus. However, his master only nodded briskly and didn't say anything more. Jiang Hao was accustomed to his master's silence. Jiang Hao turned to Chu Chuan and told him that if he needed help, he could find him at the Spirit Herb Garden. After that, Jiang Hao returned to his house. Chapter 157 Chapter 157 The Demoness Gave Me a Lost Pill. Chapter 157 The Demoness Gave Me a Lost Pill. Jiang Hao sighed when he reached his courtyard. He hadn't been back for 3 months, but this place was still the same as he left it. There were no problems with the surrounding array formations. After walking in, he saw the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It had also grown taller. The fragrance filled the courtyard, and the spiritual energy became denser. The lotus flowers were also growing well. It seems that the spirit beast hasn't slacked off in my absence. Jiang Hao chuckled. He walked to the immortal peach tree. That tree had changed a lot. It had fruits now. He plucked a peach and bit into it. It was juicy and delicious. However, they were just ordinary peaches. Jiang Hao activated daily appraisal on the tree. Jian's Hao was a little surprised. He needed 4,900 spirit stones and had to leave a fruit behind to achieve the first incarnation of the tree. If there were no fruits on the tree, would he have to wait till next year? He didn't want to wait another year, so he decided to save 4,900 spirit stones as soon as possible. I thought I was rich, but it seems half my spirit stones will go to the spirit beast and the other half to the tree. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to hand over the compensation to the law enforcement hall. It wasn't that he didn't have enough spirit stones, but he was worried that handing them all at once might attract unwanted attention. Handing the fine little by little was safer. If others found out about it, they would only gloat. Jiang Hao walked to a corner of the courtyard while eating the peach. He took out the cracked half-moon blade and stuck it into the soil. He hoped the Demoness wouldn't steal this one like his other blades. After that, he went into his house. There was nothing out of place. Jiang Hao walked to his balcony and looked at the river near his house. What bubbles will immortality peach tree spawn? Gold or purple? If it was similar to the spirit beast's bloodline, it might be gold. The tree was ordinary enough right now. It was best if it spawned a gold bubble. However, he would be happy with a purple bubble if gold wasn't an option. He had experienced the benefits of having many divine abilities. It always came in handy. I'll try again after a while. Jiang Hao decided to go to the library before anyone found out he was back. He wanted to find out what kind of medicinal pill Hong Yue had given him. If possible, he wanted to save up and buy one. Jiang Hao spent a long time in the library that day. In the evening, he found something in one of the records. The Snow God pill can nourish and repair divine abilities. There is also a chance to activate another divine ability with its help. There was only one sentence about it. He asked the white-haired librarian if he had any other records with information on such a pill. The librarian wasn't a very forthcoming person, but a few spirit stones would always do the trick. Jiang Hao handed over 3 spirit stones. The old man accepted them and looked at him. Well, ask away. I want to know more about the Snow God pill. Is this pill very rare? Jiang Hao asked. You want to use this to activate your divine ability? The old man looked at Jiang Hao and laughed. There are many people like you in this world. They try to dream about the impossible. Is the pill ineffective? Jiang Hao asked. He was worried that the one he took before might have an adverse reaction and damage his abilities. It's effective, said the old man. The Snow God pill can help people who don't have the talent to open their divine abilities. At least that was what people believed. There are no such pills. Jiang Hao was surprised. The old man sighed. The pills have been lost for centuries. Only a few immortal sects have it. Maybe just one or two of those exist in the world right now. Jiang Hao thanked him and left the library. He couldn't help but sigh. Hong Yuye was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Hao overheard a conversation as he passed by a group of people. Those people have been asking me for spirit stones again. It's so annoying. Why should I pay back? A mere early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator dared to ask me for spirit stones. Without us refining and creating the pills, they would have none. How dare they make us pay? That's right. I don't think they have the right to provoke us. We're alchemists, for heaven's sake. We wasted precious cultivation time to make them pills. What did we get in exchange? Jiang Hao heard a man and a woman arguing. Ching Cho had told him before that the people from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion owed him spirit stones. He told me about it. I did say I would help him after returning. This is troublesome. It was common for alchemists to buy spirit herbs and pay them back later. Alchemists weren't someone to mess with, but they were rich. Jiang Hao headed to the market to buy some talisman-making materials. It was expensive to raise a spirit beast, and now he had to worry about the immortal peach tree too. In addition, he had to pay 2,000 spirit stones to the law enforcement hall. He needed a total of 12,000 spirit stones. He only had 10,000. He had to earn spirit stones as soon as possible in the next 2 months. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to pay off his debt. Junior brother Jiang, haven't seen you here in so long, said a voice as soon as he reached his stall. Senior sister Lung Tian? Jiang Hao was surprised to see her selling pills here. Lung Tian was indeed an alchemist. Do you still sell talismans, junior brother Jiang? Of course. What talismans do you need, senior sister Lung? Do you have any 100,000 swords talismans? I only have 5 for now. I want to buy them all. Jiang Hao felt a little strange. He was actually selling something to another seller. When he saw the pills laid out neatly at her stall, Jiang Hao asked her why some of the alchemists weren't paying back their debt. Because they're poor, said Ling Tian. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. The Demoness wants to bathe in my house? Chapter 158. The Demoness wants to bathe in my house. Poor. Jiang Hao was confused. But being an alchemist is very profitable. Why are they poor? Medicinal pills were generally expensive but highly coveted. Every cultivation realm had unique pills needed to refine cultivation. People usually saved money to buy pills because pills were effective. How could the alchemist be poor? How many alchemists do you think there are in the Candlelight Pill Pavilion? Ling Tian sighed. Over 2,300 alchemists. There are only 4 alchemists who can refine pills above the foundation establishment realm. Now, how many talisman makers are in the entire sect? Only a few hundred. Talisman making is not a very profitable profession, so the future is uncertain for them. Which is exactly the reason why fewer people venture down that path. Alchemy is different. It has good prospects and higher profits, so many people opt for that path. Alchemy even benefits cultivation, which is why there are far more alchemists than talisman makers. Many people only buy simple talismans. It is fairly easy to make. Pill refining is a very difficult job. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion had so many alchemists. Wouldn't they make a fortune if they ventured out? But then he remembered the situation in Heavenly Earth City. He felt that the market value was too low outside the sect. It wasn't easy to make money. Sister Ling, please go on, Jiang Hao said. He wanted to know the whole situation. Ling Tian sighed slightly. A high threshold means a higher expenditure of spirit stones. Although the Candlelight Pill Pavilion has provided a lot of assistance, alchemy requires constant experimentation to make progress. Each experiment costs a significant amount of spirit stones. Junior brother Jiang, you understand that making talismans also requires purchasing materials, right? And sometimes those materials go to waste if you fail. So, just imagine how many materials alchemists need for their pill refinement. Add to that the high failure rate and it becomes a loss with no returns. If you want to improve your alchemy skills, you have to practice continuously. I understand. Jiang Hao nodded. It was because of that same reason he had given up on becoming an alchemist. Slow progress, high investment, and a need for talent. Making talismans was easier. But what about those who can refine pills at the Foundation establishment realm and above? Don't they earn a lot? He asked. Because there are simply too many ordinary pills, the buyback is not high. When selling pills, customers bargain a little and bring the price down even more. And this is with the sect taking care of us. The Snow Lotus Pavilion rarely sells ordinary pills, said Ling Tian. So, Foundation establishment realm alchemists are quite poor. They can only break free from their predicament once they reach the Golden Core realm. After all, out of the 2,300 alchemists, around 50% are at the Foundation establishment realm, and only about 20% of them reach the Golden Core realm. The Primordial Spirit realm accounts for about 15%. There are very few who have reached the Return to Void realm and beyond. What realms are there beyond Return to Void? Jiang Hao was curious. I'm not too sure about that. Ling Tian shook her head. I've heard that, even in the entire sect, the number of alchemists at the Return to Void realm and beyond can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Some seniors say that it's because our foundation is too weak. Jiang Hao could understand that although there were many alchemists in the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, their quality was average and mostly concentrated at the Foundation establishment realm. However, the large number meant that there would be more people advancing in the future. High-level alchemists would contribute to the accumulation of knowledge and skills. Forging was considered inferior, and talisman making was not given much attention. In comparison, the sect was more concerned with formation masters. However, even formation masters didn't earn much money. The threshold was not much lower than that of alchemy because it was too difficult. Senior Sisterling, are you from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Ling Tian nodded. She looked embarrassed. To be honest, my talent in alchemy is not very high. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but some seniors, including myself, have thought of a solution. The best way to become a Golden Core realm alchemist is to first advance to that realm and then continue with alchemy. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. Advancing first was indeed better. With a higher cultivation level, everything else would be easier. He bid farewell to Ling Tian and went to buy some talisman-making materials. When he returned to his house, he saw an unconscious spirit beast hanging from a tree branch. Jiang Hao knew Hong Yuya had arrived. He looked around but didn't see her. He raised his head to see Hong Yuya on his balcony. Their eyes met. Then, a red mist surged around Hong Yuya, and she reappeared in front of him. Is there no place to bathe here? Asked Hong Yuya. The question caught Jiang Hao off guard. There is, but there is no wooden tub. Then buy one, said Hong Yuya. She threw the spirit beast to a corner and plucked a plump peach. If I need to take a bath, and you don't have a tub next time, you'll bear my wrath. Although Jiang Hao didn't understand why Hong Yuya would ever come to his house to bathe, he didn't dare refute her. He just nodded. I understand. He just hoped that she wouldn't trouble him again next time. Are you going to advance to the primordial spirit realm? Hong Yuya suddenly asked. She plucked a peach from the tree and tossed it to Jiang Hao. I remember you said the peach would be sweet. Try it now and see how it tastes. Senior, this peach, Jiang Hao wanted to tell her about the immortal peach tree but didn't know how. I'll try it now, he said hurriedly. He looked at the peach tree and saw that all the ripe peaches were gone. Did the spirit beast eat them? He took a bite. It was sour. Is it sweet or sour? Hong Yuye asked. Sweet and fragrant, Jiang Hao said. Really? It's sweet, you say? Her smile was sinister. Jiang Hao nodded. It's sweet. Bang. Jiang Hao was pushed against the wall by a powerful force. His back felt a bit sore. When he came to his senses, he realized that Hong Yuye had already disappeared from the courtyard. Soon, a pleasant voice rang in his ear. I won't let you work for me for nothing. I left some things on your table. You'd better do some research before advancing to the primordial spirit realm. There was a book on the table that wasn't there before. Jiang Hao looked at it curiously. On the cover were 4 big characters: light and dust. What kind of book is this? Jiang Hao flipped to the first page. In his confusion, he opened the first page. There was a sentence written on it. With its light, it is one with the dust. Moving forward, it can reach 1,000,000 miles. Retreating, it can disappear into the crowd without a trace. Is this a body technique? Jiang Hao muttered. A body technique was something he currently needed. Apart from the 1,000 miles of demonic sound, he didn't have any decent body technique. Now that he had this light and dust technique, perhaps things would be much more convenient in the future. However, he didn't know to what extent it could be achieved. As he continued flipping through the pages, something wailed. The spirit beast had woken up. This time it didn't stay on the ground for long. It got up quickly. Master, you've returned. The spirit beast ran over to him in excitement. Master, did you bring me a gift? It asked as it jumped on the table. No. Jiang Hao closed the book and shook his head. Master, my friends on the road open their shops late. How about you go now and bring me one now? The spirit beast suggested. I didn't bring a gift, but I brought something else. Jiang Hao took out a coil of rope. Chapter 159 Chapter 159 The Spirit Beast and Dragon. Chapter 159 The Spirit Beast and Dragon. Jiang Hao tied the rope around a pole in the courtyard as the spirit beast watched curiously. However, it was too early to tie the beast up. Jiang Hao decided to observe the situation for the next few days. Once he was sure there were no major issues within the sect, he would tie up the spirit beast. What did you bring for me, master? The spirit beast asked, touching its swollen face. You'll find out in a few days, Jiang Hao said. He looked at the peaches on the tree. Did you eat the ripe fruits? It was Shaoli who ate them. The spirit beast threw Shaoli under the bus. Did she come here by herself? Asked Jiang Hao. Shaoli might be mischievous, but she still had some manners. Master, Shaoli mentioned my name, and the peaches flew to her. Jiang Hao couldn't hold back his laughter. He told the spirit beast to leave some of the fruits on the tree. Jiang Hao entered his house. Something caught his eye. The place where he had impaled the half-moon blade was empty. His cracked sword was gone. Jiang Hao sighed. He then walked to his room and sat on the ground cross-legged. He was thinking about Hong Yuye's words. To advance to the primordial spirit realm, he needed to do a bit of research. It was indeed necessary to know as much as possible to prevent any accidents. He needed to visit the library once again. At the moment, there was still a considerable amount of time before he could advance to the next realm. He had about 9 months. There was no rush. The spirit beast tended to its injuries in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao opened the book he had just obtained. He planned to read it through once before attempting to study it closely. At midnight, Jiang Hao closed the book with a frown. He couldn't understand it at all. This cultivation technique was difficult and hard to comprehend. He could only roughly understand its essence. It was indeed a body technique, and it was for speed so that he remained undetected by others. However, it required him to merge his own strength and aura with the surroundings and conceal his sharpness to remain calm and composed. This technique was related to one's state of mind. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. The technique was the most challenging one Tnat and Na encounteria so rare. Although the 7 forms of the heavenly blade were difficult to learn, he could always use the clear and pure heart ability to learn them easily. However, the light and dust technique was complicated. It wasn't just about spiritual energy but also about mental stability. If his state of mind hadn't improved through the recent journey, he couldn't comprehend this technique at all. However, it was true that the most difficult techniques often turned out to be the most powerful ones. I will focus on it for the next 2 days. After reaching the primordial spirit realm, I should be able to learn some techniques from the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. By then, I'll have other abilities as well. Under the moonlight, Jiang Hao saw the spirit beast sleeping next to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It drooled in its sleep. Jiang Hao got up and observed his wooden house. There was indeed a small bathroom in his house that he used, but it was too small. In the past, he had designed a natural water supply device that constantly pumped water into the bathroom. So, he had never needed a tub. Jiang Hao also realized that putting a tub in the bathroom would take up a lot of space. Do I need to expand the room? He wondered. Jiang Hao realized that the sky was lightening up. Is it already dawn? Jiang Hao cleaned his house for a bit. Once the sun had risen fully, Jiang Hao walked out of the courtyard with the spirit beast. Did anything happen at the spirit herb garden when I wasn't here? Yes. Something significant did happen, said the spirit beast. Somebody has transformed the spirit herb garden completely and the people working there are suffering. Transformed. Jiang Hao immediately thought of Miao Tinglian. She was always nagging at him about how he should be running the garden. If she really transformed it, then he would have fewer things to do in it, which would mean fewer bubbles. He regretted bringing her into the sect. Is there anything else? I, the Spirit Beast Lord, have faithfully fulfilled my duty and served my master wholeheartedly. Jiang Hao sighed. Tell me something useful. What about Shaoli? Has she caused any trouble? Somebody came to the cafeteria looking for you, master. That surprised Jiang Hao. What do you mean? They said Shaoli often takes your name so that she can have extra food. Jiang Hao was speechless. He remembered that Shaoli often used the spirit beast as an excuse when she got into trouble. She is using my name too. Jiang Hao sighed. Shaoli was indeed causing trouble. The spirit beast too. If it continued to unlock its hidden talents, it would become even more powerful. His small courtyard couldn't contain it anymore. In a few years, he must find a way to release it. I regret bringing her into the sect. I thought all the trouble would be handled by the Cliff Master, but I always get dragged into it, said Jiang Hao. In a few years, when she can take care of herself, I'll tell her to go her own way. When he arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao saw Ching Cho talking to someone, an outer sect disciple at the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the person saluted and then walked away. Senior brother Jiang, you're back, Ching Cho exclaimed. He had looked forward to Jiang Hao's return. After the Spirit Herb Gardens were taken over by other inner sect disciples, he felt a bit uneasy. He was afraid of being targeted. These 3 months had not been good for them because the guards kept changing. In the beginning, senior sister Miao Tinglian had been doing well, but after the renovation of the Spirit Herb Garden, she had gone away to do other things. The other inner sect disciples didn't seem to be willing to take care of the garden. If Ching Cho slacked off, he had to bear the brunt of their anger. No one dared to say anything. Jiang Hao noticed that many people in the garden looked unhappy. They were all worried. If it were only the Golden Core Realm seniors visiting to inspect the garden, there were fewer problems. However, usually it would be some Foundation Establishment Realm seniors who came to inspect the garden. They were insufferable. The spirit beast was right about one thing. These people were suffering. Jiang Hao sighed. Wasn't he also struggling on the edge of life and death? Is there anything going on in the spirit herb garden? Jiang Hao asked as he walked through the garden. The garden had been transformed, and some growing methods had changed. He needed to familiarize himself with them. There weren't many bubbles around like he feared. There were a few here and there. That was at least better than nothing. Starting from tomorrow, he would steadily accumulate bubbles again. It would accelerate his growth. The matter is related to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, Ching Cho said. Some alchemists want to harvest the mature spirit herbs that they entrusted to our care. They want to take them back for free and pay back later. Has this kind of thing happened before? Jiang Hao asked. It has, but it's worse this year. It seems like they're intentionally doing this, Ching Cho said. Why not just withhold the spirit herbs from them? Jiang Hao asked. Well, Ching Cho hesitated. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion is a united place. Offending some of them would mean offending all the people from there. Not many are willing to take a risk like that. If someone does it, all of us will be targeted. We can't afford to make enemies in the sect. Jiang Hao was baffled. Chapter 160 Chapter 160 Dealing with the Alchemists. Chapter 160 Dealing with the Alchemists. After listening to Ching Cho, Jiang Hao could feel how much stress the Candlelight Pill Pavilion was putting on the Spirit Herb Garden and its workers. The status of alchemists in the sect was indeed high, especially since they knew how to unite and leverage their advantages. Once targeted, the risk would be much greater. However, he wanted to know why the Candlelight Pill Pavilion was targeting the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao remained calm. What if we don't deliver the spirit herbs? Well, we would still need to sacrifice the space and guard the herbs and take care of them. They won't force us, but we will incur a loss. They can refuse to pay us because of the delay. How was this issue resolved in the past? Jiang Hao asked. We received inferior pills as debt repayment, Ching Cho said. However, it was difficult to sell a batch of those pills since no one in the sect would buy them. We can only sell them outside the sect. Jiang Hao nodded. If the Candlelight Pill Pavilion chose to pay in inferior pills instead of spirit stones, it would be a loss for the Spirit Herb Garden. There was no problem before, so why isn't it working now? Jiang Hao asked. The amount is a bit high, Ching Cho said. How much? Jiang Hao asked. 3,700 spirit stones. Jiang Hao was astonished. It was no wonder the two sides were at a stalemate. There were nearly 4,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao remembered the last time he had paid the fine to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. It had taken him 3 months to gather that money. It would be difficult to earn that amount even after accepting multiple sect missions. Why is it that high? Jiang Hao asked. A Foundation Establishment Realm alchemist couldn't afford that amount. It's not just one person, but 6, Ching Cho said. 6. Jiang Hao calculated. Even if it was divided equally, it would still be over 600 each. The amount was still considerable. What is the value of their spirit herbs? Jiang Hao asked. 14,000 spirit stones, Ching Cho said. These spirit herbs require spirit liquid for growth, and we provide it. That's why the cost reaches 3,700. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed alchemists were wealthy, but their expenses were high. Now it seems that all 6 of them are running out of spirit stones, and they sent someone today to ask for spirit herbs. Continuing to delay this situation is not beneficial for us, Ching Cho said. That's why I want your help, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao thought about it. This matter was not his responsibility, but the spirit herbs in the garden benefited him. Qingqiu probably came to him hoping that he would accept some of the pills since they knew he earned spirit stones by making talismans. "Is it only our garden suffering through this?" asked Jiang Hao. "Others also have similar problems. 6 out of 11 branches are facing this issue. Actually, everyone wants to refuse them, but no one dares to be the first to stand out." Everyone understood this. They were all waiting for one branch to stand up against the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. Jiang Hao nodded. "Go gather more information regarding this." "I already did that," Qingqiu said and took out a list of names. "The situations of the 6 branches are all mentioned here. Due to the unity of the alchemists and the responsible nature of their orders, we need to find a solution." That surprised Jiang Hao. It seemed that people from other places were not easy to harass. Unity did have certain privileges and power. "What about the other branches?" asked Jiang Hao. "No one dares to provoke the White Moon Lake or the Law Enforcement Hall. Alchemists wouldn't dare to do the same to them. If they were investigated because of this matter, the alchemists wouldn't escape punishment. The 100 Bones Forest doesn't rely on the Candlelight Pill Pavilion for anything, so they don't get involved with them at all." Jiang Hao took the list from Qingqiu and looked at it. He found that a total of 40 people were involved. The total amount to be paid back was 25,000 spiritual stones. "In a few days I will visit them. I'll keep an eye on the spirit herbs for now," Jiang Hao said. He wanted to handle this matter peacefully. If the alchemists truly targeted the Foundation establishment realm cultivators of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, he would have to start practicing alchemy himself. There was no need for that. It would be too time-consuming, and he couldn't afford it at the moment. The pills were of little use to him. His progress didn't rely on those pills. The only important one was the Snow God pill, but it wasn't found anywhere. Perhaps only sects like Clear Sky School or the Bright Moon Sect had one. He could ask Lu Xingchen about it. He postponed the matter of the debts for a few days because he needed to comprehend the light and dust technique in those few days. Maintaining the best state of mind would give him a sense of security. Jiang Hao asked about Shaoli. "Junior sister Shaoli is getting greedier. The cafeteria wants to talk to you, senior brother Jiang," said Qingqiu. "There is no other problem. Junior sister Shaoli always plays with the spirit beast in the garden most of the time. The seniors who taught her have given up on her completely." Jiang Hao sighed. "I'll visit the cafeteria later." "Spirit beast, did you pluck senior brother Jiang's peaches today too?" asked a voice. "What did you say?" the spirit beast said righteously. "I never do that sort of thing." "Really?" Shaoli ran in and pinched the spirit beast's cheek. She seemed to want to say something more, but she saw the spirit beast winking at her. She was confused. However, she saw Jiang Hao walking over to her. Instinctively, she hid the spirit beast behind her back and stood up. She lowered her head as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 What will you get from raising a dragon? Chapter 161 What will you get from raising a dragon? In the garden, Shaoli stood there silently looking at her feet. She looked dejected. Qingqiu was surprised. Junior sister Shaoli was not afraid of anything, except Jiang Hao. Even when she visited the garden when Miao Tinglian was in charge, she had never looked like this. Qingqiu had only seen Shaoli being mature and well-behaved at her home. She was afraid the 2 elders were too old. So, she wouldn't cause trouble. She wouldn't even eat too much because she felt it might not be enough for them. Jiang Hao looked at Shaoli. "Have you eaten?" Shaoli nodded. "I heard you haven't been serious about your studies and cultivation lately," said Jiang Hao. "Yes," Shaoli said in a small voice. "Beast," Jiang Hao called. Master, I'm here. The spirit beast jumped onto Xiao Li's shoulders. I have a mission for the two of you, Jiang Hao said calmly. There is a new disciple in the outer sect. His name is Chu Chuan. You need to check up on him every week. How do we test him? Xiao Li asked. Use your fists, Jiang Hao said. I'm good at that. Xiao Li was excited. The spirit beast raised its head smugly. Finally, Master is going to let people know of my greatness. Jiang Hao ignored them and asked Qing Chou to follow them every week to keep an eye on them. It was almost the end of the year. Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Li. Remember to advance in the next 2 months. I'll get Qing Chou to send you back home in a few months. Xiao Li jumped up. Jiang Hao ignored them and began to tend to the spirit herbs. Except for the simple pavilion, everything else had changed. He walked to the area where the 100 Bones Forest had planted their spirit herbs and observed it carefully. He realized that his aura was a little chaotic. The spiritual energy was entangled and unable to be released normally. It seems that Senior Sister Miao knows about the spirit sealing technique. Is she trying to help me? Wondered Jiang Hao. Miao Tinglian had always treated him well. She was grateful to him because he had helped her reunite with Mu Qi. The small gestures were enough to repay the favor he had done for her by bringing her into the sect. She didn't need to go out of her way. Jiang Hao was aware of this. He had been in the demonic sect for too long, and he knew that expecting others to repay favors never went well. At noon, Jiang Hao headed to the outer sect cafeteria. He wanted to know why the staff wanted to see him. Xiao Li followed along. When they entered the cafeteria, he heard people whispering. She's here. Eat fast. Put it in your bowl. Junior sister Xiao Li doesn't snatch the food away from the bowl. Jiang Hao watched them. He realized that they were busy trying to protect their food. It was as though they faced a great enemy, and they needed to protect their belongings as best as possible. Junior sister Xiao Li, we paid for this. You can't steal these from us. Jiang Hao sighed and used the daily appraisal on Xiao Li. The food that was given to outer sect disciples was not enough for a dragon. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Dragons were not easy to raise. Senior brother Jiang, said a young man. He was Feng Yang, an inner sect disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He was in charge of the cafeteria. Xiao Li had bothered them a lot. However, she always took the spirit beast's name while visiting the cafeteria. So, they all assumed that she was a disciple that Jiang Hao valued. Nobody wanted to offend an inner sect disciple, so they let her do as she pleased. The management had intended to visit Jiang Hao regarding the matter, but he hadn't been inside the sect. They were planning to visit him in a few days. They didn't expect Jiang Hao to come directly to the cafeteria. Junior brother Feng, Jiang Hao said politely. I heard that junior sister Xiao Li has troubled you a lot. I apologize for her behavior. Senior brother Jiang, you're too polite, said Feng Yang with difficulty. It's just that people have been complaining a lot lately. There were not many people from the Cliff of Broken Hearts who were put in charge of different departments. Usually, only the formidable disciples got that chance, and they were always overseen by the Cliff Master himself. Junior sister Xiao Li is still growing, so her appetite is a little big, said Jiang Hao. Can you prepare food imbued with abundant lifeblood for her? I'll forbid her from snatching away food from other people. Food with sufficient lifeblood essence? Feng Yang frowned. Such food would be too expensive. It would increase their expenses a lot and might incur a loss. You don't have to worry about the money. Jiang Hao handed him 30 spirit stones. I'll pay for her once a month. Please use these spirit stones to prepare nutritious food for her. If spirit stones are left after the expenses, you can keep them. 30 spirit stones? Feng Yang looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He only received 20 spirit stones per month as someone in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, this senior was willing to spend so much to feed his junior. It was unbelievable. He couldn't refuse. The matter was resolved. Shaoli would be given better and more filling food. Jiang Hao forbade her from snatching food from other people in the cafeteria. If she acted rashly, she might attract trouble. Fortunately, the people in the cafeteria were easy to talk to. Jiang Hao sighed as he left the cafeteria. He was already raising a spirit beast, an immortal peach tree, and now a dragon. All these things cost a lot of spirit stones. At least the peach tree had the chance of turning into an immortal peach tree after 9 incarnations. He could obtain 9 bubbles from it. The spirit beast just caused trouble, but even it could be released after its bloodline was completely awoken. As for Shaoli, he didn't see any benefits of raising a dragon. He could only try his best to help her. Otherwise, she might cause too much trouble. "Do you get that hungry?" asked Jiang Hao. "Eating more will help you grow taller," said Shaoli. "My parents wanted to see me grow tall." Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. He didn't say anything more. Her 2 adoptive parents didn't have long to live. He asked Ching-Cho to take Shaoli and the spirit beast to meet Ching-Cho. When he returned to the spirit herb garden, he saw an outer sect disciple causing a commotion. Those spirit herbs were prepared by a senior. Chapter 162 Chapter 162 Master's Secret Pleasure. Chapter 162 Master's Secret Pleasure. Jiang Hao looked at the person causing the commotion. The 100 Bones Forest at least sent an inner sect disciple even when they were there to cause trouble. How much did the Candlelight Pill Pavilion look down on them? Jiang Hao walked over to the person. The outer sect disciple lowered his head in fear. "If they are in a hurry, let them come here themselves," said Jiang Hao. "Yes. Understood," said the outer sect disciple. Yes. The outer sect disciples did not dare to be impudent. "You can go back now." Jiang Hao didn't make things difficult for him. An outer sect disciple was only following orders, after all. Jiang Hao knew that the alchemists would visit soon. He wanted to see what they planned. After that, he tended the spirit herbs in the garden for a while. He had thought that spies and traitors would be here to see what he had been up to. However, no one visited him. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to his house and extended the bathroom. Only then did he take out the light and dust book and began to read it. The next day, he found some bubbles in his courtyard. After that, he went to the spirit herb garden and found more bubbles. 7 days passed in a flash. Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation. He slowly closed the book. The first ray of sunlight fell on him. "Beast," he called. "Yes, master?" The spirit beast noticed that Jiang Hao had disappeared from the chair he was sitting in. The spirit beast rubbed its eyes. He was sure that his master had been there just moments ago. It looked around. "Master, where did you go?" "I'm here." Jiang Hao appeared beside the spirit beast. Jiang Hao was satisfied. The light and dust technique was more powerful than he had expected. It was so efficient for sneak attacks. Jiang Hao sighed with emotion. He had thought that he would need more time to comprehend it. Today, he would visit the alchemists and solve this matter once and for all. A week has passed. "Make sure you test the new disciple," said Jiang Hao as he watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. "Also, pick some ripe peaches for Shaoli." The spirit beast picked them up quickly. When they arrived at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao instructed Ching-Cho to take the spirit beast and Shaoli along to check on Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao decided to pay a visit to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. In these 7 days, some outer sect disciples had visited the spirit herb garden to pester the workers there, but none of the alchemists had come themselves. "Beast, do you want to fight first or should I?" asked Shaoli along the way. Of course you should do it. If you can't defeat him, then I'll step in. I'm your big brother, after all. The spirit beast crouched on Shaoli's shoulder. You can fight him however you want. No one is your match. In that case, I won't hold back. Ching Cho followed behind them, afraid that Shaoli might accidentally kill someone. No one under the Foundation establishment realm could match Shaoli. Only some disciples in their Foundation establishment realm had some leverage over her. The spirit beast was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so its strength was extraordinary. After a short while, they found Chu Chuan, who was practicing his cultivation. Junior brother Chu, do you remember me? Ching Cho asked him gently. Chu Chuan was dressed in the Sect's attire. His dark skin glowed in the sunlight. He looked far better than he was when he arrived in the Sect for the first time. He had already reached the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm in the past 2 days. The Heavenly Note Sect was indeed extraordinary. The spiritual energy was so dense here that it helped him with his cultivation. When he saw Ching Cho approach him, he bowed respectfully. Greetings. Senior brother Ching. Of course, I remember you. He knew that Ching Cho was in the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He didn't dare disrespect him in any way. Today we're here to test your progress. Your opponent is junior sister Shaoli, Ching Cho said with a smile. Junior sister Shaoli is also at the 1st stage of lifeblood refinement realm, but her strength is extraordinary. So be careful. Understood. Chu Chuan was excited to be tested. After reaching the 1st stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, he had felt a little confident in himself. He wanted to test himself too. He looked at Shaoli. Since she was a girl, he decided to go easy on her. Should we begin? Shaoli asked. Yes. Chu Chuan nodded. He was observing his opponent to test her strength. He was still thinking about how to make his move when, boom! Chu Chuan felt his head go blank, then he grimaced in pain. With a loud thud, he landed on the ground face first. This is the 1st stage of lifeblood refinement realm. Chu Chuan struggled for a while, and then managed to get up with difficulty. He had a cut lip and a scraped cheek. He looked at Shaoli in disbelief. His confidence was shattered. However, he was unwilling to give up. Chu Chuan knew that he wasn't very strong, but he refused to believe he was this weak. Shaoli, you struck him too hard. How can you test someone's progress if you knock them down with one punch? Said the spirit beast. You have to at least strike them 3 times to see how strong they are. Oh, Shaoli walked up to Chu Chuan, raising her fist. Chu Chuan was speechless. Boom! Chu Chuan felt like everything was spinning around him. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard the voice of the spirit beast again. It seems that I won't have a chance to step in after all. Maybe if I become a great demon, I'll get to fight someone. Senior brother Jiang said he doesn't want to raise great demons, Ching Cho said. My master is contradictory in his words and thoughts. Despite what he says, he secretly enjoys it, the spirit beast shamelessly declared. Everyone knows that from now on, I will protect my master. Let's send junior brother Chu for some treatment first. When you test him next week, be a little gentle. At least give him a chance to showcase what he has learned so far. Chu Chuan felt embarrassed. He wanted to become stronger. Jiang Hao looked at the list as he walked to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. The first person on the list was Ying Jie, with a cultivation at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was planning to advance to the Golden Core realm soon. To be a Golden Core pill alchemist, it wasn't necessary to be in the Golden Core realm. It only meant that the alchemist should be able to refine Golden Core pills. Even if an alchemist was at the Golden Core realm but couldn't refine pills properly, then they would still be considered a Foundation establishment alchemist. According to senior sister Shijie, Most people wanted to become a golden pill alchemist first before advancing to the golden core realm. Jiang Hao heard voices when he reached their courtyard. Some people can't take it anymore. It seems they will surrender tomorrow. Senior brother Ing is almost a golden core pill alchemist. They're scared of him. I told you. What do we need to pay them spirit stones? Just give them the inferior pills we have on hand and let them figure out how to sell them. I heard that the people from the Cliff of Broken Heart are still stubborn. Should we give them a taste of our power? I heard some people whispering behind our backs, wondering why we didn't just rob them. Robbing them isn't a good idea. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Robbery. Chapter 163 Robbery. Jiang Hao glanced at the people. There were a total of 7 individuals, but it wasn't certain if all 6 of them were the ones who owed money to the Spirit Herb Garden. After listening for a while, Jiang Hao was able to confirm that 5 of them were the people he was looking for. He then left the place. In the beginning, he had planned to visit each person one by one and observe them. Now it seemed unnecessary. Afterward, he followed the second list and found another group of people. Once he confirmed that they were the ones he was looking for, he proceeded to find a third group of people on the list. I have spirit stones, but I only produce low-quality pills. So, I'm going to offer those. Ha ha. Do you think they will cooperate with us next time? What's there to fear? We'll just find another group next time. There are always some idiots in the sect. Jiang Hao tried to remember their faces and moved on to the next location. When almost all the people on the list had been identified, Jiang Hao headed to the various spirit herb gardens in the sect. Fortunately, there was no one from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion in the gardens. He didn't want to get involved with them again. It was too dangerous. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion might target him. Once he determined their locations, Jiang Hao returned to the Spirit Herb Garden. Jiang Hao was tending to the spirit herbs when Ching Chou arrived and informed him about the day's incident with Chu Chuan. It made sense that Chu Chuan was weaker than Shaoli. He didn't interfere. Jiang Hao planned to continue testing him. With Chu Chuan's talent, Jiang Hao had faith that he would gradually become stronger. Only then would he be able to surpass Chu Jia. 3 months had passed since coming back to the sect. Chu Jia might be well on her way to the second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. She had talent, cultivation techniques, resources, and a renowned teacher to teach her. She would be able to attain the foundation establishment realm in the next 6 or 7 years. As for Chu Chuan, it was almost impossible for him to attain it. Everything depended on how far he could push himself. Jiang Hao returned to his house. The spirit beast wasn't there. He had asked the spirit beast to take some spirit stones and pills to Chu Chuan. These were the ones given by the Bright Moon Sect. Every time Chu Chuan advanced, Jiang Hao would return a portion to him. The sky was dark. Jiang Hao stood up and disappeared from the spot. In the courtyard of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, 8 people sat at a table discussing alchemy. It seems that they are starting to loosen up. We need to prepare some low-quality pills, said a young man. It's all thanks to Senior Brother's methods that we don't have to go there ourselves. The problem can be solved soon, said a woman with a smile. The others were about to agree when they were startled by a sound. A blood-stained dagger pierced through the back of the woman. It surprised everyone. As for the woman, she never imagined that she would be stabbed from behind. The others instinctively activated their protective treasures. However, spirit swords emerged from behind them and pierced through them. Blood splattered everywhere. Please don't kill me, someone begged. A calm voice spoke. I have come to collect the money you owe. The crowd was filled with fear. They never expected that the people from the Spirit Herb Gardens would dare to take such an extreme measure. Killing a disciple within the sect was equal to seeking death. No one dared to be this reckless. Senior, I don't owe anyone any money. I swear. Given a chance, he would never associate himself with these people again. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force suppressed them. They all fainted. Jiang Hao looked at these people. He retrieved his spirit swords. He took their storage treasures and turned to leave. He didn't kill them. He had made sure to avoid their vital point. Killing 40 alchemists would have grave consequences. He targeted everyone who owed money to various spirit herb gardens. This way, no one would be able to pinpoint which spirit herb garden had taken action against the alchemists. For a while, Jiang Hao wandered through the courtyard. He moved quickly through them. He wanted to avoid being seen. However, after 2 such attacks, the alchemists sounded the alarm and began to fight back. Jiang Hao sighed. He had no choice but to retreat. On his way back, he passed through various spirit herb gardens. He left behind some spirit stones with a note. The problem was solved and no one noticed him. Upon returning, he transferred all the stolen spirit stones into his own storage treasure and dumped all the pills and spirit herbs into the beast's storage treasure. He destroyed the stolen storage treasures. Jiang Hao sat in his room, feeling worried. The commotion he had caused this time was big. I shouldn't underestimate the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, thought Jiang Hao. I wonder what will happen if the law enforcement hall gets involved. He would have to wait until tomorrow to meet Lu Xingchen and find out. Jiang Hao checked the spirit stones. He had a total of 8,700 spirit stones for now. I lost over 1,000. However, he still had pills, spirit herbs, talismans, and other treasures. He needed to figure out a way to sell them without appearing suspicious. The next day, Lu Xingchen didn't come to meet him. The spirit herb garden received the spirit stones and finally resolved the issue. The gardens sent the spirit herbs back to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. They didn't want to keep them longer than necessary. All 6 branches received the spirit stones, so no one knew which branch was responsible for solving the matter. Even if the alchemists were united, they wouldn't dare target people from all 6 branches at the same time. That would be suicidal. On the 3rd day, Jiang Hao finally saw Lu Xingchen. His aura had changed again. In the past, there was a faint shadow of a dragon, but this time it was something else. It was an impenetrable black aura. What has possessed him this time? Jiang Hao looked at him. He didn't rush to find out. It's been a long time, junior brother Jiang, said Lu Xingchen in greeting. It has indeed been a long time, Jiang Hao replied politely. Junior brother Jiang, you seem to have become even more calm and strong, said Lu Xingchen. Anyway, the people of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion have been attacked. Over 50 of them are injured. Did you hear anything about that? I heard about it, but I don't know the complete story. He was just a bit puzzled. He had only injured about 30 people. Who attacked the other 20? These alchemists brought it upon themselves. They weren't willing to pay the money they owed to the spirit herb gardens of the 6 branches. In the end, they were surrounded and attacked by 2 people. They were severely injured and were robbed. Even the spirit herbs were plundered, said Lu Xingchen with a smile. He looked amused. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed there was someone else who had taken action too. It was no wonder the news had spread this fast. The other person must have been too crude and noticeable in their ways. They had even stolen the spirit herbs. The person was indeed bold. I investigated the matter. It seems there were 4 people involved in the attacks, said Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao was stunned. Chapter 164 Chapter 164 Possessed Again. Chapter 164 Possessed Again. 4. This was something Jiang Hao hadn't expected. He wondered if the alchemists owed money to others as well. It seemed the people had only wanted to attack. Jiang Hao, on the contrary, wanted to solve the problem at hand. The others had taken action as well but had stolen for themselves. The alchemists' numbers would only increase with each recruitment. It wouldn't make a shred of difference whether 30 or 50 were attacked. 4 people targeted the alchemists at the same time? Jiang Hao asked. Maybe not at the same time. Lu Xingqian looked around. Shall we talk inside? Of course, said Jiang Hao and led him into the courtyard. Lu Xingqian looked around. Junior brother Jiang, you have so many flowers and herbs now. Jiang Hao smiled. It seems that the 4 people who attacked the alchemists don't know each other, said Lu Xingqian as he sat on a chair. The first 2 who attacked seemed to be efficient and decisive. They injured around 38 people. The other 2 were a bit sloppy. They injured around 19 people. They must be in the early stage of the Golden Core realm or the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The first 2 attackers might be beyond that level. Tell me about the latter 2 attackers, Jiang Hao said calmly. They robbed the spirit herbs. These 2 attackers were bold enough to grab them and run. They must be fairly strong. Did you find out who they are? Jiang Hao asked. 2 were caught, Lu Xingqian said with a smile. But the other 2 remain at large. The ones we caught are from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. So, the Law Enforcement Hall didn't interfere and let themselves solve it internally. Such things happen. People have grudges. It's just that this caused quite a stir. Alchemists robbing other alchemists. Jiang Hao was surprised that they turned against each other. Sometimes it happened, but rarely. There was once an inner sect disciple who hadn't reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Jiang Hao had helped him once. He wondered if that person was still alive. It was unlikely. If they can't catch the attackers, will they just let the matter go? Asked Jiang Hao. I think so. Lu Xingqian sighed. The Law Enforcement Hall won't get involved in simple matters of fights and injuries. However, this time, many alchemists were injured, so the Law Enforcement Hall had to investigate. However, we didn't expect the remaining attackers to be so difficult to find. Isn't it dangerous for the alchemists to be robbed like this? Jiang Hao asked. The first incident wasn't a big deal. The alchemists asked for it. No one wanted to dig deeper after that because it might raise conflict between the 6 branches of the sect and the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. The Law Enforcement Hall wants to avoid that. Besides, it's normal for there to be a little friction between the branches. However, if there is a full-blown conflict and the Law Enforcement Hall can't handle it, then the White Moon Lake will step in. The White Moon Lake? Asked Jiang Hao, puzzled. What will they do? Junior brother Jiang, do you know that the establishment of the sect's 12 branches was a gradual process? There was a branch that secretly instigated conflicts among the other branches. Eventually, it led to conflicts. At that time, the Law Enforcement Hall neglected its duty and failed to discover the problem. The situation got out of control. Elder Baiji led her branch and other elders to intervene, said Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian looked at Jiang Hao. The branch that incited the conflict was completely wiped out, and a new branch was established in its place. As for the other branches, they either surrendered or were exterminated. Now the sect has become much more orderly. In the past, when conflicts arose, it was a bloodbath. Jiang Hao was astonished. An entire branch was eliminated. He was curious if the Candlelight Pill Pavilion would face the same fate if they continued to cause trouble, or if they would be pardoned because alchemists were valuable to the sect. As for the danger to alchemists, alchemists are crucial for the growth of a sect. However, if someone hinders their growth, the accusations would be serious, said Lu Xingqian. I see. Jiang Hao was relieved. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. A person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion is about to advance, but they don't have a vessel. So, he has been restraining himself. During this time, please avoid appearing in front of him. Otherwise, it might be dangerous for you. Jiang Hao nodded gratefully. Currently, the Law Enforcement Hall has issued a mission to search for a vessel everywhere. If they find it, there won't be a problem. Still, I think they will hold some resentment toward you, said Lu Xingqian. What if they don't find it? Jiang Hao asked. It's hard to say, Lu Xingqian said. Your master's opinion will be crucial if that happens. Let's see if he is willing to protect you. Oh, there's one more thing, Lu Xingqian continued. There has been some trouble in the Devil's Den due to changes in the mining area lately. Occasionally, disciples from each branch are sent in. Be prepared. There aren't many idle disciples in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. What kind of problems? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. It's hard to say, but there have been a lot of demons appearing. They span various realms. Jiang Hao wasn't particularly worried. Instead, he was somewhat intrigued. Killing demons also had its benefit. It was an opportunity to become stronger. However, he needed to be careful of individuals targeting him, as well as some potential traitors keeping an eye on him. Since disciples from all 12 branches were sent to the Devil's Den, it meant that he might encounter anyone from any branch. Jiang Hao activated daily appraisal on Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. As expected, Lu Xingqian was possessed yet again. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 Successful Incarnation. Chapter 165 Successful Incarnation. In the past, Jiang Hao would have cared a little. He would have tried to remind his undercover senior about it. But things were different now. Although he couldn't discern Lu Xingqian's thoughts, he felt that Lu Xingqian was ignoring the part about sorcery. Looking at the feedback from his divine ability, Jiang Hao realized that he had never seen such a reckless person before. However, one thing was certain. Lu Xingqian had an innate dragon aura, making him susceptible to possession. This also indicated that the mining site was indeed different. Mu Qi obtained an ancient inheritance inside, while Lu Xingqian encountered a powerful sorcerer. There should be more treasures inside. During the time you were away, the people from the Black Heaven Sect took someone away. They didn't make any demands this time. This should have no impact on you, junior brother Jiang. However, it seems that many people still remember the incident with you, Lu Xingqian said. He also reminded him about the debt he owed to the Law Enforcement Hall. Especially after the recent debt crisis, Jiang Hao felt that he would be in trouble if he didn't pay the spirit stones. Jiang Hao assured him that he would pay everything on time. Lu Xingqian got up and left. Jiang Hao accompanied him halfway and then headed toward the Spirit Herb Garden. Along the way, he thought about his current situation. The biggest hidden danger so far is the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. As long as I don't go there, there shouldn't be a problem, at least for the next few years. It's hard to say what will happen after a few years, especially if they don't find a vessel. The Devil's Den shouldn't be a problem. It would be even better if I enter it after I advance to the Primordial Spirit Realm. And there's the 100 Bones Forest. It's been so long. They must have planned something. Hao arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden and began his daily routine of tending to the herbs. Over the next half-month, he sold various common spirit herbs, magical treasures, and talismans, earning a profit of 4,300 spirit stones. Deducting the loss of 1,300, he made a net profit of 3,000 spirit stones. Now he had 13,000 spirit stones on hand. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao stood on his balcony. It's been a month since I came back, and there doesn't seem to be any issues for now. I can proceed to the next step. He then walked to the courtyard, grabbed the spirit beast, and sealed its cultivation with his power. He then tied it to a tree to prevent it from coming into contact with anything else. The spirit beast woke up just as Jiang Hao finished tying it up. It didn't panic. It was familiar with the process. It seemed to have grown so much. "What are you planning to do, Master?" it asked. Jiang Hao remained silent. He then untied the beast and carried it to the space in front of the house. He needed to take care of the immortal peach tree, so he couldn't tie the beast to the tree. It might disrupt the process. "From now on, you cannot eat anything other than what I give you to prevent you from losing control. You'll have to stay tied up like this," Jiang Hao said. The spirit beast had gained intelligence. Everything had become more troublesome. If the beast ate something else during the process, the spirit stones would go to waste. Jiang Hao would then want to stew it instead. There could be no room for accident. Depending on the spirit beast to be self-disciplined was absolutely impossible. "What should I eat then?" the spirit beast asked. Jiang Hao took out 100 spirit stones. "Eat these." The spirit beast blinked. "Master, I don't have a big appetite. We'll be fine." Jiang Hao ignored the spirit beast. "Eat." The spirit beast ate the spirit stones quickly in the beginning. After eating 50 of those, it started to feel uncomfortable. After 90, it looked at Jiang Hao and burped. "Master, I can't. I'll die of overeating." "It's almost noon. It's lunch for you." In the end, the spirit beast swallowed all the 100 spirit stones. Only then did Jiang Hao leave the courtyard and head to the spirit herb garden. A month passed in this manner. The spirit beast had become accustomed to its new lifestyle. "Master, it's mealtime," the spirit beast said. There were only 19 days left for the beast to awaken its bloodline further. Jiang Hao approached the immortal peach tree. The fruits on it had all ripened. He kept a few and picked others to give to Shaoli. Shaoli had been quiet for the past few days. She hadn't caused any trouble. A few days ago, he gave Shaoli 30 spirit stones to pay the cafeteria for her food. This shocked Fengyang. They were really paying every month on time. However, it was nearing the end of the year, and Shaoli had also advanced to the second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. In a few more days, he could send her to her house for a visit. But he had to wait for the process of the spirit beast to be completed. "I wonder how long the incarnation process will take." Jiang Hao took out spirit stones and began to arrange them into a spirit gathering array. He had already spent a large sum of spirit stones. He had also fully repaid the 2,000 owed to the law enforcement hall. The spirit beast had consumed 3,000 spirit stones and still needed 1,900 more. The immortal peach tree required 4,900. In total, everything would cost around 12,000 spirit stones. Fortunately, because of the last incident with the alchemists, he had earned a considerable amount. After setting up the spirit gathering array, Jiang Hao left the courtyard and went to the spirit herb garden to collect bubbles and tidy up the spirit herbs. Thanks to Senior Sister Miao, everyone's workload had reduced significantly. For the past 2 months, with Jiang Hao on duty, they had not suffered any further mishaps. At this point, the new recruits understood that they were safe with him in the spirit herb garden. Moreover, they heard that people in other spirit herb gardens often lived in fear of the cultivators. This made them even more reluctant to leave the garden. Watching these people work, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. At night, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the floor of his house and looked at the nameless manual. Not long ago, he had studied the light and dust technique. He was only at the first level. The second level was the traveling 1,000 miles technique. It would be a breakthrough when it came to speed, but the specifics would have to wait until he understood it fully. The third level was the retreating and concealing from the world technique. It seemed to be a rare body technique, but it was related to one's state of mind. This technique would help him conceal himself even in a crowd. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao couldn't study it right now. "Master, it's shining." Jiang Hao looked out and found that the immortal peach tree was indeed glowing. Under the effect of the spirit gathering array, the tree's power seemed to have been activated. It quickly converged with the last fruit. The leaves began to fall, and the branches started to wither. Even the fruit began to rot. That went on until the next morning. The once lush tree had turned into a withered mess, leaving only one luminescent fruit core on the ground. It's a success. Jiang Hao picked up the fruit core and appraised it. Chapter 162 Chapter 162 Master's Secret Pleasure. Chapter 162 Master's Secret Pleasure. Jiang Hao looked at the person causing the commotion. The 100 Bones Forest at least sent an inner sect disciple even when they were there to cause trouble. How much did the Candlelight Pill Pavilion look down on them? Jiang Hao walked over to the person. The outer sect disciple lowered his head in fear. If they are in a hurry, let them come here themselves, said Jiang Hao. Yes. Understood, said the outer sect disciple. Yes, yes. The outer sect disciples did not dare to be impudent. You can go back now. Jiang Hao didn't make things difficult for him. An outer sect disciple was only following orders, after all. Jiang Hao knew that the alchemists would visit soon. He wanted to see what they planned. After that, he tended the spirit herbs in the garden for a while. He had thought that spies and traitors would be here to see what he had been up to. However, no one visited him. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to his house and extended the bathroom. Only then did he take out the light and dust book and began to read it. The next day, he found some bubbles in his courtyard. After that, he went to the spirit herb garden and found more bubbles. 7 days passed in a flash. Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation. He slowly closed the book. The first ray of sunlight fell on him. Beast, he called. Yes, master. The spirit beast noticed that Jiang Hao had disappeared from the chair he was sitting in. The spirit beast rubbed its eyes. He was sure that his master had been there just moments ago. It looked around. Master, where did you go? I'm here. Jiang Hao appeared beside the spirit beast. Jiang Hao was satisfied. The light and dust technique was more powerful than he had expected. It was so efficient for sneak attacks. Jiang Hao sighed with emotion. He had thought that he would need more time to comprehend it. Today, he would visit the alchemists and solve this matter once and for all. A week has passed. Make sure you test the new disciple, said Jiang Hao as he watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Also, pick some ripe peaches for Shaoli. The spirit beast picked them up quickly. When they arrived at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao instructed Qing Chou to take the spirit beast and Shaoli along to check on Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao decided to pay a visit to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. In these 7 days, some outer sect disciples had visited the spirit herb garden to pester the workers there, but none of the alchemists had come themselves. Beast, do you want to fight first or should I? Asked Shaoli along the way. Of course you should do it. If you can't defeat him, then I'll step in. I'm your big brother, after all. The spirit beast crouched on Shaoli's shoulder. You can fight him however you want. No one is your match. In that case, I won't hold back. Qing Chou followed behind them, afraid that Shaoli might accidentally kill someone. No one under the Foundation establishment realm could match Shaoli. Only some disciples in their Foundation establishment realm had some leverage over her. The spirit beast was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so its strength was extraordinary. After a short while, they found Chu Chuan, who was practicing his cultivation. Junior brother Chu, do you remember me? Qing Chou asked him gently. Chu Chuan was dressed in the sect's attire. His dark skin glowed in the sunlight. He looked far better than he was when he arrived in the sect for the first time. He had already reached the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm in the past 2 days. The Heavenly Note sect was indeed extraordinary. The spiritual energy was so dense here that it helped him with his cultivation. When he saw Qing Chou approach him, He bowed respectfully. Greetings. Senior brother Qing. Of course, I remember you. He knew that Qing Cho was in the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He didn't dare disrespect him in any way. Today, we're here to test your progress. Your opponent is junior sister Shaoli, Qing Cho said with a smile. He had inquired about the price, and with the cost of materials and labor, it would be around 1,800 spirit stones. It would cost him 2,100 if he bought it ready-made. He genuinely felt that formation masters made a lot of money, unlike him. Talisman makers didn't earn that much. After paying Law Enforcement Hall, raising the Spirit Beast, and the Immortal Peach Tree, his spirit stones had dwindled to only 1,000. Fortunately, he was able to sell many talismans in the past 2 months. He had a total of 2,500 spirit stones left. After deducting 1,800, he would have 700 spirit stones remaining. In the future, he could only earn a little by selling talismans, but it would take a long time to accumulate another 10,000. However, the things he had gotten from his last journey hadn't been sold yet. Not dwelling on it further, Jiang Hao decided to focus on advancing to the primordial spirit realm in another 3 months. Where is your peach tree? A sudden voice interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. He turned to see a figure in red standing by the seedling. It was Hong Yuya. She looked confused. It had been 3 months since he had last seen her. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had prepared everything that was necessary, except for the tea leaves, which he had forgotten to replenish. It underwent an incarnation, Jiang Hao said. Incarnation? Hong Yuya turned to look at Jiang Hao. Interesting. After a moment of silence, she stood up and walked to Jiang Hao. I quite like this tree. From today, it's mine. Is that okay? Jiang Hao sighed and lowered his head. Would it even matter if he refused? Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Am I not reckless enough? Chapter 167. Am I not reckless enough? Jiang Hao wasn't surprised that Hong Yuya had set her eyes on the tree. He had prepared himself mentally because he knew she was going to ask for it. If the immortal peach tree underwent 9 consecutive incarnations, it would truly turn into a divine, immortal peach tree. It would take 9 years for that to happen. Maybe he would advance in his cultivation realm during that time so that he might be able to refuse her. That was just wishful thinking. He knew he would never be strong enough. Even the 8th person on the list of top 10 disciples was at least in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Now that Hong Yuya claimed the tree as hers, there was nothing he could do. When do you plan to take the immortal peach tree away? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuya looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Together with that. Jiang Hao nodded. There was still time. Before, you said the fruit was sweet. This time, what do you think it will taste like? Sour or sweet? Sour, Jiang Hao said. When it matures, I will come to find you. Hong Yuya smiled. It seemed that she had already seen the answer. Hong Yuya walked into the bathroom that Jiang Hao had extended. It was quite spacious now. There was a wooden tub in the middle too. The floor was made of smooth wooden boards. There were small windows in the bathroom which were covered by a screen. Hong Yuya remained silent and then turned away. Jiang Hao had no idea what she was thinking. Presumably, she was satisfied, or else, she would have already slammed him to the wall. It seems like you don't know many spells. Hong Yuya sat on a chair in the hall. Jiang Hao served her Snow Queen spring tea. I'm still learning, but I'm getting there. He had the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, but he had to wait until he advanced to the primordial spirit realm. He knew most of the basic spells, but he hadn't learned any powerful ones yet. If you make a name for yourself, your sect will surely give you many good things, right? Spells, treasures, pills, spirit stones, you won't lack for anything. Hong Yuye sipped her tea. I'm more accustomed to the way things are now, which makes it convenient for me to help you raise your flower, senior. In that case, where do you plan to acquire spells, treasures, pills, and spirit stones? Hong Yuye looked at the tea in her cup. The sect will provide it. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao and smiled. What about the spirit stones? I can earn quite a lot, Jiang Hao said. His income from talisman making was stable and better than that of an early-stage alchemist. Really? Hong Yuye took a sip of tea and smiled. Then why is the quality of the tea I always drink this bad? I thought you were poor, but it seems you're just brushing me off. A chilling aura emanated from her. Jiang Hao felt a bone-piercing coldness envelop him. Senior, you've misunderstood, Jiang Hao said hurriedly. I've been saving up spirit stones to buy better tea. The intense coldness disappeared. Hong Yuye calmly sipped her tea. If the tea isn't good next time, I will invite you to have tea at my place. Senior, please rest assured. I will find good tea for you. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As for having tea at her place, he didn't want to think about the kinds of torture which would be prepared for him. Can the stone tablets be used now? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao hadn't paid much attention to that after he came back. He had been busy. It still can't be used. Really? Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao teasingly. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to answer that question differently? Jiang Hao shook his head. Changing the answer would imply that he had been lying. Hong Yuye chuckled. Although you're full of lies, you're quite lucky. Jiang Hao felt relieved. In the next couple of days, the influence on the stone tablet will disappear, so you'd better let it accept a master. Hong Yuye put down her teacup. Remember, don't get caught while being an undercover agent. What will happen if I get caught? Jiang Hao asked curiously. The stone tablet was in his possession, but he was hiding within the Heavenly Note sect. Hong Yuye looked at him and smiled. Why don't you try it? But I want to remind you. I'll save you just once, but I'll want something in return. Maybe a limb or an eyeball. Jiang Hao was speechless. I'm very cautious. I'll make sure not to get caught. How old are you this year? Hong Yuye asked. I'm 23, Jiang Hao answered truthfully. When I was as young as you, I often looked up at the sky and felt like I could soar. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. But your way of living doesn't match your age. Is there something wrong with my behavior? Jiang Hao asked. It's not about your behavior, said Hong Yuye. You're missing something. What am I missing? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Hong Yuye slowly stood up, took a step towards the door, and then turned back. The recklessness of youth. Before he could respond, she disappeared. Do your undercover work well. If you don't make progress, I'll make you live as an undercover agent in the sect forever. Am I not reckless enough? Jiang Hao wondered. He always felt that he was too reckless for his own good. Being more impulsive than this would mean death. But Hong Yuye clearly wasn't referring to that. However, he understood her a little. Looking back at his life, it felt like he had lived a long, long time. It was understandable that he avoided being reckless, considering the events that had happened in his life so far. After finishing the remaining tea, Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet and glanced at it. He noticed that the stone tablet seemed much brighter now. Hong Yuye had mentioned that she would save him once, but Jiang Hao didn't want the situation to get to that. He went to the spirit herb garden. He was told that the cliff master was looking for him. That surprised Jiang Hao. His master never asked for him. Senior brother Jiang, there's a list here that requires your confirmation. A person from the spirit herb garden approached him. Since it involved the cultivation of herbs with certain difficulties, it required the approval of the person in charge of managing the garden. I'll look at it when I come back, Jiang Hao said. Chapter 168 Chapter 168 Advancing to the Primordial Spirit Realm. Chapter 168 Advancing to the Primordial Spirit Realm. Junior brother, it's been a long time, said Mu Qi when he saw Jiang Hao in Ku Wuchang's house. Senior brother Mu Qi, it has indeed been long, said Jiang Hao. Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian had treated him well. Although they hadn't interacted much, they were on good terms, especially after Miao Tinglian arrived in the sect. Jiang Hao was glad and hoped it remained this way. He never expected people to help him. He was good as long as people didn't kick him when he was down. You all are here. Ku Wuchang appeared in the courtyard. I called you here today because of the situation with the Devil's Denver. Devil's Den? Mu Qi was surprised. Didn't senior sister Ning Xian go there recently? Yes. Ku Wuchang nodded. However, the situation seems to have gotten worse. We need more people to go in there to balance things out. However, the situation inside seems to have gotten worse. We still need to add more people to the various branches to balance things out. This time, we are hoping to send someone in Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm together. Do you have anything else to do? I'm not busy, said Mu Qi. Me neither, said Jiang Hao. The immortal peach tree had sprouted successfully, and the spirit beast had further awakened its bloodline. Jiang Hao had learned the light and dust technique too. Hong Yuye's request was almost fulfilled. He only needed to stock up on tea and figure out the stones tablet. There was no problem. However, Jiang Hao hoped he could get 3 months before venturing into another Devil's Denver. We'll set off in 2 months. Please make the necessary preparations during this time. When the time comes, you'll meet with the disciples from other branches and enter the Devil's Den together. Also, don't underestimate the demon dwellers. You might encounter other creatures too. There have been other entrances to the den. Be mentally and physically prepared for this, said Ku Wuchang solemnly. Other entrances? Mu Qi asked. Jiang Hao was also very concerned. I'm not entirely sure. It might be in the sect or around it, said Ku Wuchang. Jiang Hao's heart sank. This was dangerous. If he hadn't agreed beforehand, he could have made an excuse and said he had to cultivate to get out of the situation. Don't worry too much. The people from the Law Enforcement Hall and the White Moon Lake will keep an eye on the new entrants. It won't be easy for others to enter, Ku Wuchang said in assurance. What you need to worry about are the demon dwellers inside. Go to the Law Enforcement Hall to accept the mission when you're ready. After that, Ku Wuchang dismissed them. Jiang Hao and Mu Qi were the only ones left behind. Jiang Hao didn't know what Mu Qi wanted to talk about with the master, but he didn't care. He was worried that he only had 2 months. He didn't want to go on this mission without advancing further in his cultivation realm. There was also a possibility that there were other entrances to the Devil's Denver. People from other sects could sneak into the Devil's Denver. If that happened, he would be in danger. It's safer to advance to the Primordial Spirit Realm in these 2 months before heading to the Devil's Denver. The only way to get more bubbles to get close to advancing faster was to find more herbs to plant in his courtyard. However, where could he earn more spirit stones to buy more of those? Even if he sold the remaining red azure tea, it wouldn't fetch him much. When he returned to the spirit herb garden, an outer sect disciple handed him an order. Senior brother Jiang, the planting requirements for this herb are complicated, so I have to show it to you. Jiang Hao nodded. He looked at the new order and frowned. It was an order for planting some black lotus seed. An order from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion? Jiang Hao was surprised. He looked at the requirements. He was only asked to help till they sprouted. It would take about 2 weeks for them to sprout into seedlings. Then, they could be transplanted. Is this credible? Jiang Hao asked. As long as you agree, they will pay enough spirit stones for it. However, they hope to carry out the transplantation within 2 months. Have you checked the seeds? There's no problem with them. They even paid a fixed price. However, they won't pay for spirit liquid. In other words, under normal conditions, the seeds will sprout in 2 months, and they want to take them away after that. Yes. How many seeds are there? 50. So many. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. When he had bought 1 black lotus seed, it had cost him 300 spirit stones. 50 seeds must cost around 15,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao wondered if the seeds could germinate in a month without spirit liquid. Even if the spirit herb garden was in great condition, it seemed highly unlikely for the seeds to sprout without spirit liquid during that time. Jiang Hao was silent for a moment. Leave the seeds with me. Jiang Hao accepted 50 black lotus seeds from the outer sect disciple. There was no problem with the seeds at a glance. Jiang Hao found a fertile area in the garden and planted the seeds. It was not easy for this lotus to germinate. Even with spirit liquid, it took 7 whole days. Without spirit liquid, even a month might not be enough for it to sprout. On the bright side, Jiang Hao could depend on these plants to give him some bubbles, so he could advance to the primordial spirit realm soon. Even if he suffered a loss from this, he needed to plant these seeds. If even half of them could spawn bubbles, that would mean 25 bubbles in total. For the next 2 days, he watered the black lotus seeds with diluted spirit liquid, hoping that it would grow faster. If he used 1 bottle of spirit liquid a day, that would mean 900 spirit stones for 30 days. I hope everything goes well. He returned to his courtyard. Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet. It was still not ready. After 2 days, he checked it once again. Finally, it could be used. To be safe, Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal on the stone tablet. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised. It was fairly obvious. I wonder how many stone tablets there are in total. Jiang Hao didn't think too much about it. He went to his room and began to refine the magic treasure. Hong Yuye had taught him the method. He projected his mind to sense the changes in the stone tablet. He sensed 9 cubes floating in the tablet. He then began to refine it. Everything went smoothly. He had complete control over the stone tablet. It felt completely different from having only 1 stone tablet at hand. He had more control over it now. Jiang Hao noticed that countless stars had appeared on the tablet, forming a pattern. The huge constellation occupied the stone tablet. The constellations formed a word, Jing. Jing. Jiang Hao was puzzled. After that, the image disappeared, and he saw the messages appear and disappear. He couldn't figure out where they were coming from. Jiang Hao saw something flash in the distance. He followed it. He suddenly heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. I heard that the Heavenly Saint Sect is anxious. They want to attack the Heavenly Note Sect. Which one of you stays near the Hidden Cloud Prefecture? I heard the Heavenly Note Sect has many treasures. He saw someone turn to look at him. Jiang Hao was stunned. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Is this a group chat? Chapter 169. Is this a group chat? It was a boundless void. Within the circle of light, Jiang Hao checked on himself. He blended with the mist. He noticed other figures there. Their voices reached his ear. Jiang Hao could make out 3 people from the sound of their voices. He knew their names. The woman who spoke first was known as Gui. The taller individual was Lu and the slender one was Xing. Jiang Hao was astonished. The 3 people turned to look at him. I apologize for the interruption, he blurted out. Jing? Asked Lu, the tall man. He had a deep voice. Are you new? Having a newcomer at this stage is quite unexpected. Do you know the rules? Asked Xing. Jiang Hao shook his head. He knew one thing for sure. He was known as Jing to these people. The stone tablet seemed to have given him an identity. The first rule is to introduce yourself. Tell us your name and where you're from, said Gui with a teasing smile. My name. Jiang Hao didn't think there was a rule like that. Even if there was one, he wouldn't follow it. He needed to make sure he wasn't discovered as an undercover agent. He was only sure of the one thing he had heard. The Heavenly Saints sect was planning to attack the Heavenly Note sect. He didn't know if the information was accurate, but there was a possibility that it could be related to him and the incident in the mines from before. In that case, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Jiang Hao couldn't give away his name or his secret. He decided to leave and prepare a plan before coming back here. He disappeared from sight before they could respond. He disappeared. Gui sighed. She had hoped he would fall for her trick. This was the first time she had seen a rookie retreat so decisively. It seems that your plan to uncover his identity was a failure, said Xing with a smile. Gui was slightly disappointed. He'll come here again. That's true. Let's wait. Lu nodded. Jiang Hao left. He was surprised. He could enter the tablet and talk with other people. However, he did not know if there were any disadvantages to it. He took the stone tablet and looked at it again. He saw that messages kept appearing on the tablet. Jiang Hao watched as the messages disappeared. He was a little impressed by the tablet. How did someone create such a thing? He had discovered something. He could see the conversation on the tablet, but if he wanted to participate in the conversation, then he needed to enter the tablet. If he went in, he could see others and others could see him. He needed to be careful next time. The messages had completely disappeared. Let's wait and see. Although he was surprised by the features of this magic treasure, he had to figure out something first. There was someone far strong behind everything. There were currently 4 users, and they had their own codenames. Jing, Xing, Lu, and Gui. What he was certain about was that others possessed a similar stone tablet. As an undercover agent, his mission was to find the person behind this. He needed to collect as many stone tablets as he could. After that, Jiang Hao put away the stone tablet and began to make talismans. He needed to earn more spirit stones because he needed more spirit liquid to help the black lotus seeds sprout faster. He also needed to prepare good quality tea for Hongye. After about 20 days, Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal on the black lotus seeds in the spirit herb garden. The feedback he got from the ability informed him that the seed would sprout the next day. Jiang Hao was excited. It had been almost a month. The day was finally here. He had invested more than 1,000 spirit stones to make the seeds grow. He had to work hard to sell numerous talismans to save up enough spirit stones. I wonder how many bubbles will appear tomorrow. He degen co-count. Even 11 only nail me nowers gave Diu Dudd 1 es. Any Woma have 25 bubbles. Jiang Hao checked the lifeblood and cultivation in his interface. There is still time left. I have a month before I head to the Devil's Denver. That is enough time for me to advance to the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao was looking forward to it. He calmed himself and began tending to the spirit herbs. After that, he sat down on a bench and observed the garden. He saw a 16-year-old girl walking unsteadily. You are moving about unsteadily, said Jiang Hao. The girl was shocked. She lowered her head. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't damage the spirit herbs. Do you know how expensive those spirit herbs are? Jiang Hao said coldly. Your breathing is unstable and you're out of balance. If you damage any of them, can you afford to compensate? Watching the girl panic, Jiang Hao cast some healing spells on her. Go and rest. Come back to work tomorrow when you are better. The girl was ill. She had a high fever. Why was she in the spirit herb garden when she was unwell? After that, he instructed the caretakers to stay home and not tend to the spirit herbs if they felt ill. If any of them were damaged, who would pay for them? Jiang Hao told them to rest and recover before coming to work. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to his house. He sat in the courtyard. He couldn't calm down because he was simply too excited about tomorrow. If all the black lotus seeds spawned bubbles, he would have 50 bubbles. While waiting for the sun to rise, Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet. He noticed that the conversation was always between those 3 people he had seen before. He even suspected that the area consisted of only 4 of them. The 3 people were talkative with lots of time on their hands. If he could blend in with them, he could find out more about the tablets. However, he didn't really have so much time on his hands. He only observed their conversation that appeared on the stone tablets occasionally. After observing it for a while, he realized that their conversation wasn't related to anything important. He no longer paid any attention to it. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao found 2 bubbles near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He then woke the spirit beast which was sleeping near the flower. "Let's go to the spirit herb garden." The spirit beast rubbed its eyes. "Master, why are we up so early today? Are you going to meet your mistress?" Chapter 170 Chapter 170 The Possession. Chapter 170 The Possession. Mistress. Jiang Hao felt bitter. With the heaven extinction goo poison in his body, it was impossible for him to feel attracted to any other woman. Although there was Hong Yuye who made him feel things, she was out of the question. The poison was simply ineffective against her. However, the heaven extinction goo poison had helped him out multiple times, so he was optimistic about it. Moreover, it wasn't like the poison's effect couldn't be cured. It was fine as long as he kept getting stronger. "Master, I only have 1 collar. Isn't it a bit shabby?" said the spirit beast. "When can we get another one?" "When we have the time and the opportunity," said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had planned to buy a golden core realm collar for the beast when he could save up enough spirit stones. "Can I choose it myself?" "No." Jiang Hao didn't hesitate at all. "Master, you have to understand that I'm good at that stuff." Jiang Hao chuckled. After a while, they arrived at the spirit herb garden. "Oh, right, I have to find that outer sect disciple today," said the spirit beast and ran out of the garden. "Little brat, I'm going to get you," it shouted as it ran away. Jiang Hao glanced at the beast. It was about to advance yet again. It's about to reach the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It is advancing way too fast. Jiang Hao frowned. The collar for the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm had cost him about 1,000 spirit stones. The price would be above 1,500 for higher realms. It seems the beast will advance rapidly after every step at awakening its bloodline. Jiang Hao walked into the spirit herb garden. There were only a few people there. The sky was lightening. People were just waking up, so there weren't that many people in the garden yet. If what Gui said was true, then there would be a battle soon. They would have no time to rest. Both the Heavenly Note sect and the Heavenly Saints sect were demonic sections. They had similar strengths and manpower. It was difficult for the Heavenly Saints sect to win against the Heavenly Note sect without casualties. Usually, people from any sect wouldn't think of invading other sects without a proper plan, but the Heavenly Saints sect was fanatical. Jiang Hao stood in the garden and looked at the area where he had planted the black lotus seeds. He sighed in relief. It worked. He calmed himself. He didn't show his emotions. Looking at the blue bubbles in the distance, he finally relaxed. This was the first time in his life that he was collecting so many bubbles in one go. This was indeed the fastest way to get bubbles. He only had to walk over to absorb those bubbles into his body. Jiang Hao walked to the area and bubbles swarmed over to him. The prompts appeared to inform him of his gains. The values on his interface constantly changed. In another week, he could advance to the primordial spirit realm, and there was still a month left till he left for the Devil's Denver. He was in a good mood. He calculated the bubbles he had received. My lifeblood should have increased by 17 points, and my cultivation should be at 16 points. One of the pills came from another spirit herb. So, there were a total of 33 blue bubbles. Only 48 lotuses had sprouted this time. He didn't know if that was an accurate figure, but he liked the odds. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion had also benefited from this. They could have their flowers back in another 15 days. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered a loss. 2 days later, the remaining seeds also sprouted. A blue bubble appeared near them. Jiang Hao walked to his courtyard to collect the 2 bubbles that had just appeared in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. At this point, his cultivation and lifeblood had both reached 100. He could advance now. He decided to wait until that night. The array formation was ready. However, as soon as he arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden, he saw Lu Xingqian waiting at the entrance. Lu Xingqian's aura had changed again. The impenetrable dark aura had almost disappeared. Jiang Hao wondered if the magic was gone from him. Lu Xingqian looked the same as ever. However, his aura was no stronger than it had been a few months ago. Jiang Hao was speechless. How did Lu Xingqian become so powerful in just a few days? He activated the daily appraisal on him. Jiang Hao was stunned. First it was the dragon, and now a wizard. Jiang Hao wondered what he would find next time when he appraised Lu Xingqian. Would the Grand Wizard and the True Dragon have a chance to turn the tides? However, something bothered Jiang Hao. Lu Xingqian was very interested in him. What was he so interested in? It was troublesome to be targeted by such a person. Lu Xingqian had never caused trouble for him so far. He even encouraged Jiang Hao to ask him for help if he ever needed it. Maybe there was no need to worry about him. Chapter 171 Chapter 171 Divine Might. Chapter 171 Divine Might. Good morning, Junior Brother Jiang. Lu Xingqian smiled. Senior Brother Lu, are you here for spirit herbs? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Usually, Lu Xingqian directly visited his house if he wanted to talk. It was rare to see him at the entrance of the spirit herb garden. Indeed. Lu Xingqian gave the list to Jiang Hao. It was a list of spirit herbs he wanted. So many. Jiang Hao looked at the list in disbelief. This was a large-scale collection of spirit herbs. There were orders for healing spirit herbs and for those for strength. It was as if someone was preparing for battle. Jiang Hao thought about the Heavenly Saint Sect. Are you going to fight with the other sects? Jiang Hao asked. The two of them walked towards the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao gave the list to one of the people present in the garden and asked them to prepare the order right away. There's the situation with the Devil's Den, and there have been incidents involving other sections. We can't rule out the possibility that someone is targeting us. We need to be prepared. The fight with Azure Mountain has drained us. We are still recovering. This is just so that we stay prepared, said Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao nodded. The people of Law Enforcement Hall were very cautious. This was good. If the Heavenly Saints Sect attacked out of the blue, the sect would be ready for a fight. I heard that you will be going into the Devil's Den soon, said Lu Xingqian. I'm going next month, Jiang Hao said. I heard some seniors talk about the situation in the Devil's Denver. There are a lot of disciples put in that case. There are some from the top 10 disciples list. Also, I heard many from the 100 Bones Forest and the Heavenly Joy Pavilion will be there. The Law Enforcement Hall wouldn't get involved unless it was a major issue. I don't need to tell you to be careful. There is something else you need to do too, said Lu Xingqian. You should make sure you don't make any great contributions to the sect. The Law Enforcement Hall isn't willing to let you off the suspect list. Why? Asked Jiang Hao. Lu Xingqian had helped him stay on the suspect list in the past. Besides, Jiang Hao hadn't made any special requests, so the law enforcement hall didn't really care much. It's because you have money. The law enforcement hall wants to make money off of you, said Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao was stunned. The demonic sects were indeed absurd. Everyone wanted to make money off of him. Lu Xingchen left the cliff of broken hearts with the spirit herbs. Jiang Hao busied himself in the garden. If the Heavenly Saints sect really attacked in the future, the spirit herb garden would be very busy. He needed to warn Ching Chou to make some preparations. However, Ching Chou hadn't returned yet. It's been more than a month and he's still not back. Ching Chou and Shaoli had taken longer than that last time. I wondered if they encountered anything this time on their journey. At night, Jiang Hao checked the array formation in his room. After confirming that there was no problem, he entered the array formation and prepared to advance. His strength had improved a lot from his time outside the sect. This time, he should be able to save some lifeblood and cultivation to refine his cultivation realm. Everything was ready. Jiang Hao extracted his lifeblood and cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt a powerful spiritual energy circulating around him. As the Hong Meng Sutra circulated, purple energy covered his entire body. The power was guided by the purple energy. It nourished his divine soul. Jiang Hao's primordial spirit began to condense. His golden core was slowly turning into a primordial spirit. To advance to the primordial spirit realm, one had to condense one's spiritual energy into power. Only then could the power break through the bottleneck, and his cultivation realm would advance. The process went smoothly. However, halfway through, Jiang Hao felt another force appear in his body. The force began to surge toward his primordial spirit. It was cool and gentle. It didn't disrupt his progress. He heaved a sigh of relief. He would have been in danger if it had disrupted the process at the most crucial time. This feeling was familiar. Snow God pill. I didn't ingest the pill entirely before? Jiang Hao had no choice but to stay put. The cool effect of the Snow God pill kept surging toward his forehead, as though it was trying to open up something. The power circulated continuously. Jiang Hao saw that his lifeblood and cultivation had reached 23 and 21, respectively. His soul essence had condensed. Something strange appeared between his brows. Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry to check. He calmed himself and refined his cultivation. Early the next morning, he slowly opened his eyes. He had advanced to a new realm and had a better understanding of his body and his mind. Jiang Hao looked at his interface. Jiang Hao was surprised to see a new divine ability, Divine Might. When he had finally advanced, he had felt as though an eye had opened in the middle of his brows. That invisible eye must have been related to the new ability. I thought Hong Yuye gave me the Snow God pill to help repair my ability, but I didn't expect it to give me a new ability. Jiang Hao touched his forehead. He could still feel that cool sensation. The effect of Divine Might was obvious. It was to exert invisible pressure. It would come in handy in critical moments. At the same time, it could also defend against other people's psychological attack. Jiang Hao compared his strength to Xuelan's. He had only used one slash of the demonic sound slash to kill Xuelan last time. However, he needed to be more careful if he faced anyone in the primordial spirit realm in the future. He got up to check the array and found that it was almost destroyed. The impact of his advancement hadn't been small. After tidying up the array, he went to the courtyard to collect bubbles. However, he saw Hong Yue crouching beside the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The spirit beast was unconscious. It was also tied up with a rope and hung on a branch. It swayed in the wind. This time, it looked like the beast wouldn't survive. Chapter 172 The Demoness' Sharp Eyes. Chapter 172. The Demoness' Sharp Eyes. He looked at the bruised spirit beast. Jiang Hao felt that it would be better to leave it unconscious on the ground than to hang it up like that. "Senior," he said and bowed respectfully. This time, he was fully prepared. The tea leaves and the stone tablet were all in order. "What cultivation realm are you?" asked Hongyue as she touched the leaves of the flower gently. "The middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm," said Jiang Hao. Hongyue got up and looked at him. "Middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm? I think it's the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. What do you think?" A terrifying aura surged. It was capable of turning everything to dust. Jiang Hao felt as though he would fall apart at any moment. He lowered his head. "Senior, your eyes are sharp. I am indeed at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm." Jiang Hao made it so that he looked like he was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hongyue didn't say anything more about it. "Did you find anything about the stone tablet?" "I only know that 3 people frequently talk in that reality. They are Gui, Lu, and Xing. I go by the name Jing." "Is that all?" she asked. "That's all for now." Jiang Hao felt a bit anxious. He understood how much patience was needed to become an undercover agent. Lu Xingchen and Ming Yi were like that too. He suddenly thought of something. Now that he was in the primordial spirit realm, he might get some more information if he used the daily appraisal on Hongyue. However, she might detect his use of divine ability very easily. He had no choice but to wait for her to bring it up. Jiang Hao wasn't sure that he had reached a level where he could use his ability without being detected. "How many words have you exchanged with them?" asked Hongyue. Jiang Hao lowered his head. "Quite a few." "Is quite a few equivalent to 3 words only?" asked Hongyue. "Pretty much." Jiang Hao nodded. Hongyue chuckled. "Find out who's behind the stone tablet. You won't be helping me free. When the time comes, it'll be worth it. However, if my patience runs out..." A ray of sunlight fell in the courtyard, and Hongyue dissipated in the light. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had barely escaped a disaster. It would be extremely difficult to find the person behind the stone tablet. He needed to take it slow. He would appear distant and mysterious to the others so that they were curious about him, instead of coming off as suspicious. If new people joined during that time, it would be even better. If he was no longer a newcomer, he might be accepted more willingly into the group. As for Hongyue's patience, he didn't dare think about that. There was the immortal peach tree and the heavenly fragrance Dao flower to take care of, so he might not be killed that easily. It's just that he didn't have the freedom to do as he pleased. While Jiang Hao thought about it, he heard the wail of the spirit beast. Jiang Hao untied it from the tree branch and placed it on the ground. "Master, did you provoke someone? Why do they keep beating me up?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "I provoked a Demoness. Master, you need to work hard and be careful. The more amiable you are, the more friends I will make." Jiang Hao chuckled. He then let the spirit beast go to the spirit herb garden. He then thought about his next course of action. "After refining my cultivation, I need to update my reappearance of the hidden spirit ability. I also need to store 2 attacks in my wrist guard. After that, I'll start learning the spells of the Hong Meng Heart Sutra." At noon, Jiang Hao absorbed the remaining cultivation points to refine his cultivation. He hid 2 attacks in his wrist guard and stored his power in the reappearance of the hidden spirit ability. After doing all that, he spent half an afternoon recovering his strength. He then headed to the spirit herb garden to collect bubbles. I still need to confirm how many days it takes for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower to spawn bubbles. After returning from the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao tried to study the techniques he could learn in the new cultivation realm. he still did not know what spells and techniques were open to him. The learning difficulty was ridiculously high. The learning difficulty was off the charts, mainly because the form of the technique was somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. Days passed in this manner. As expected, the heavenly fragrance Dao flower didn't give any more bubbles. On the 5th day, 2 bubbles appeared near it. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. If bubbles appeared steadily at similar times, he could advance to the next stage in a year and a half. However, his cultivation was pitifully low now. 2 days later, Jiang Hao asked the people from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion to inspect the Black Lotus seedlings. The one who had visited for inspection was a senior in the peak of the Golden Core realm. He was shocked when he saw the seedlings. So fast. How did you achieve this, junior brother? Lian Daoji looked at Jiang Hao. I just got lucky, said Jiang Hao. Naturally, he couldn't tell Lian Daoji that he had spent around 1,000 spirit stones to make the seeds sprout. Strong people always credit their achievement to luck, said Lian Daoji with a smile. I'm Lian Daoji, by the way. And you are? Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, I still have dozens of black lotus seeds here. I wonder if your spirit herb garden will accept them. Jiang Hao shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, but we can't. This time it was really luck. These flowers can't sprout within 2 months. I hope you understand, senior brother Lian. He wasn't interested in planting more black lotus for now. He didn't have enough spirit stones for that, and he was leaving for the Devil's Den soon. If anyone else took over this task, it'd only be trouble. Is that so? Said Lian Daoji, deep in thought. Then, will you be willing to take such orders in the future? I am, said Jiang Hao. But it depends on the situation. When planting difficult herbs, they needed to be approved by the one managing the spirit herb garden. If the garden accepted it and the herbs didn't turn out well, then there would be unnecessary trouble. No one dared to take full responsibility in such cases. Jiang Hao was willing to spend his own spirit stones in raising the seeds solely for the bubbles. All right. I will have some juniors deliver the orders next time, said Lian Daoji. He was very pleased with the outcome. He thought Jiang Hao might have a talent when it came to planting the spirit herbs. There won't be any delay in payment, so you can rest assured, he said. Since more than 50 alchemists from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion had been attacked and robbed because of their debt, they needed to establish their credibility once again. The other spirit herb gardens were willing to accept simple orders but refused to plant the more expensive and difficult kinds of herbs. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion was facing a crisis and wanted a reliable and simple transaction regarding spirit herbs. Golden Core alchemists didn't lack spirit stones, so they preferred to do reliable and simple business. Those in the lower realms, like the Foundation Establishment Alchemist, lacked spirit stones, so they often tried to find a cheap way out. It ended up causing trouble for everyone. Chapter 173 Chapter 173 The Universe in a Palm. Chapter 173 The Universe in a Palm. Jiang Hao accompanied Lian Daoji to the entrance and he left. The people from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion seemed to have a lot of spirit herbs at hand. If he maintained a good relationship with them, the Candlelight Pill Pavilion might send more seeds to be planted in the garden. People got offended very easily. He needed to read carefully and leave them some leeway. At noon, Ching Chou arrived at the spirit herb garden with Shaoli. Shaoli looked a bit disheveled, she wasn't injured. In contrast, Ching Chou was bruised all over. Jiang Hao gave Ching Chou a spirit rejuvenating pill and told him to rest. Shaoli took out a bag of snacks. Senior brother Jiang, this is for you. She looked at him reluctantly. Where's the beast? I brought something for it too. It went to look for Chu Chuan. You should also go and meet him, said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao wanted to ask Ching Chou what had happened on the way. Shaoli looked at Qingqiu in worry. He'll be fine. Don't worry, said Jiang Hao gently. Shaoli felt at ease. She disappeared down the road. She was extremely fast. Jiang Hao sat down and looked at the red pastries that Shaoli had handed him. He thought it might be made up of red beans. He activated his daily appraisal ability. Jiang Hao smiled and ate one. He chewed it properly. He felt that the texture was worse than before. Shaoli's mother must be getting on in years. When he finished his pastries, Qingqiu also finished his meditation. How are your injuries? He asked. Much better. Qingqiu quickly got up. Tell me about your journey, said Jiang Hao. They had been away for nearly 2 months this time. He wanted to know if they had encountered any trouble, or if Shaoli had refused to come back to the sect. There was no problem when we left from here, said Qingqiu. The 2 elders were very happy to see Shaoli. They had saved up in the past few months to make delicious food for junior sister Shaoli. It seemed they had prepared it for many months hoping she would come home. Shaoli was obviously over the moon to see them. However, she was different from how she is here in the sect. She didn't eat too much. She was afraid her parents wouldn't have enough for themselves. Shaoli helped her mother with sewing. She helped to chop up firewood for them to use. She even fetched water for them. Her father occasionally told her how proud he was of her. Shaoli agreed. She tried to draw on the wall to mark her height to prove to them that she was all grown up. It made the 2 old people laugh. I asked around the village. The people say that the 2 elders try to save up as much as they can so that they can make good food for Shaoli when she returns. They often sit at the gate as though waiting for her. Jiang Hao nodded. Did you and Shaoli take something back for them too? We did, said Qingqiu. We bought a lot of food along the way, but they are too old to digest something like that. After the New Year celebrations, her father fell ill, so we stayed with them for a long time. In fact, we only started our journey back to the sect after he was feeling well. I bought them a lot of medicinal herbs and pills. I even helped them raise some chickens and ducks. They might not be able to kill them for food, but they won't feel lonely. On the way back, we were attacked. Although junior sister Shaoli fights very well, there were too many of those creatures. Jiang Hao nodded and looked at Qingqiu. You did very well. I can sense that your strength has improved, and your cultivation is more refined. I think you can advance to the Foundation Establishment realm this year or maybe next year. You're very close. Take these pills. Thank you, senior brother Jiang, said Qingqiu gratefully. The 2 elders. Shaoli's adoptive parents are getting weaker by the day. They might not last long. I know, Jiang Hao said softly. We can help her visit her house at least twice a year. If she could advance twice a year, that would be enough. In about 15 days, I'm leaving for the Devil's Denver. Take care of things here while I'm gone. Don't let strangers in. The Heavenly Saint cult had its puppets. They could easily infiltrate the garden by pretending to be someone from the sect. If he wasn't around, it would be difficult for the others to notice it. Qingqiu nodded. With the spirit beast in the garden, he felt more at ease. The beast was very powerful and was very perceptive of problems. After that, Jiang Hao spent most of his time studying the techniques of the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. After 7 days, he finally grasped the technique he was trying so hard to understand. It was called the Universe in a Palm technique. At first, Jiang Hao had thought that this technique might be an offensive technique. On closer inspection, it turned out to be more of a sealing technique. The universe in a palm wrapped everything with purple energy and stored it in his palm. It was somewhere between a sealing and a spatial technique. Jiang Hao didn't know what exactly it was because he hadn't succeeded at it completely. If the first technique was this difficult, the following techniques would likely be even more challenging. He would need exemplary strength and mental state to master them all. I have only 7 days left. I wonder how much I can learn in that time. Jiang Hao focused on studying the technique. On the day that he needed to leave for the Devil's Den, Jiang Hao awoke from his meditation. He got up and walked to the courtyard. The sky was still dim, and the sun was not up yet. The spirit beast was also drooling in its sleep near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao looked at the tea set on the table. He extended his hand and circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. Purple energy enveloped everything. He grasped at it. He used the universe in a palm technique. Purple energy surged and covered the entire tea set. Then it returned to Jiang Hao's hand. The tea set was gone. It had disappeared from the table. This is useful. He looked at the sphere in his palm. It was made up of dense purple energy. The tea set was inside the sphere. Unfortunately, it's not stored. It was only shrunk and then sealed. He waved gently and the tea set returned to the table. He turned to look at the beast. The purple energy surged once again. In an instant, the beast was covered by purple energy and ended up in his palm. The beast was still asleep. It seems weaker power won't be able to break through the sphere. I need to practice more. The state at which it is in, it can't withstand powerful magic. At that moment, a talisman flew to him. Jiang Hao placed the beast down and picked up the talisman. It was a message. He was called to gather with the others. It was time to head to the Devil's Denver. He wasn't worried this time. He had advanced to the primordial spirit realm and had 2 hidden abilities, divine might and the universe in a palm. This was an opportunity to refine his cultivation. There would definitely be danger everywhere, but he was prepared for it. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, You Can Trust Me. Chapter 174, You Can Trust Me. Get up. Jiang Hao gently kicked the rabbit. It was still drooling near the flower. Jiang Hao understood why she had hung up the beast on her last visit. The spirit beast was lucky it was still alive. Master. The spirit beast sat up and yawned. Why are you up so early? Take these. Jiang Hao passed some spirit stones and spirit herbs to the spirit beast. When Chu Chuan advances to the second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, give that to him. He should be able to advance in a few months. All right, said the spirit beast as it accepted the things. Chu Chuan hasn't asked for the tests to stop. So, you can't stop testing him every week, okay? Master, leave it to me. You can trust me. I handle things pretty well in your absence, said the beast. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He was even more worried after hearing that. However, the beast had done a pretty good job of keeping things running when he was out of the sect. Master, are you going out again? Not really out. I'll be within the sect. Jiang Hao watered the spirit herbs in his courtyard before he left. So many days had passed, and yet there were no bubbles near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He wondered if bubbles would spawn again. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to find out. When Jiang Hao was ready to head to the law enforcement hall, Han Ming suddenly arrived to meet him. Senior brother Jiang, it's been too long, he said as he held on to his word. Junior brother Han, you look even more impressive than before, said Jiang Hao. Han Ming should be 22 this year. He entered the inner sect at the age of 18 and was in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. 4 years had passed. He was now at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The aura surged around him. He wasn't an ordinary disciple in the Foundation establishment realm. He truly deserved the special ability of being favored by the spirits of mountains and rivers. Han Ming smiled. I came here to challenge you today. Are you free for a sparring match? I'm just about to head to the law enforcement hall because some of us have to gather there for a mission, but I have a little time I can spare. If it were someone else, he would have politely refused. However, it was Han Ming. He was always willing to spar with him. Jiang Hao had been 19 when he first met Han Ming. Now, he had already reached the primordial spirit realm in 4 years. They both were at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm at that time. Right here? Han Ming asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Han Ming gripped his sword and his aura surged. He didn't attack directly. He was waiting for something to brew. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Han Ming flickered like lightning. Clang! He unsheathed his sword and launched a thunderous attack at Jiang Hao. Clang! Boom! Jiang Hao swung his saber and cut through the empty air behind Han Ming. With a clang, a long sword fell and plunged into the ground. It was Han Ming's sword. Jiang Hao's blade stopped inches from Han Ming's ear. If he hadn't stopped, Han Ming would have been gravely injured. Junior brother Han, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Hao slowly withdrew his sword. Senior brother Jiang, your cultivation, Han Ming in disbelief. He had always assumed that he would break through to the next stage earlier than Jiang Hao. I'm in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm now, said Jiang Hao. I went out of the sect for a while and encountered something good. It helped me advance to the late stage. Han Ming picked up his sword, bowed to Jiang Hao, and turned to leave. He seemed unconvinced. He wanted to be one level higher than Jiang Hao and defeat him. Then he would call him Junior Brother Jiang. Jiang Hao shook his head as he saw Han Ming leave, but he didn't mind. Han Ming was a rather peculiar person. He wasn't a bad person because he wasn't scheming against anyone. He just wanted to win. If he continued to cultivate and practice his skills, he might become very powerful one day. Han Ming was talented and willing to work hard. The only flaw was that he got jealous too fast. Jiang Hao wondered if people would find it too easy to manipulate him. Jiang Hao did not delay any longer. He arrived at the foot of the mountain where the law enforcement hall was located. He didn't lose Xingchen or Ming Yi there. The spies always kept such a low profile that not many people knew about them. Junior brother Jiang, you've advanced? Mu Qi asked Jiang Hao in surprise. I was away from the sect a while back. I obtained some things and cultivated diligently after returning. Fortunately, I was able to advance this time, said Jiang Hao. He used the same old excuse. It was rare but not unheard of. Junior brother Jiang, you seem to have many such encounters. Mu Qi chuckled. The others will be here soon. After we enter, you might have to go with the others in the Foundation establishment realm. Be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Mu. He knew that he was being targeted by many people in the sect, and there would always be some danger wherever he went. They waited for a while. People kept arriving at the place they gathered. Finally, disciples from all 12 branches were there. A woman stood before them and spoke. Junior brothers and junior sisters, since everyone is here, let's set off. There will be someone to guide you when you enter the Devil's Denver. The Golden Core Realm cultivators will gather at the Golden Core area. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators will gather at the Foundation Establishment area with the others. Individual missions are possible, but insufficient achievements may result in punishment. Do we have to pay? Jiang Hao wondered. Normal sect missions didn't involve paying spirit stones as punishment. Only special missions had that requirement. The missions were always created with the public in mind. For example, the law enforcement hall's missions were always related to something outside the sect because people usually took them to be able to venture outside the sect. The same was true for the Devil's Den missions. Jiang Hao thought about it for a moment. He decided not to take the mission alone. He didn't want to stand out. The group rode their swords and flew to the Devil's Den. Jiang Hao saw some familiar faces. Xian Yue from the Thunder Fire Peak, Zheng Shurjiu from the Ice Moon Valley, and Yu Yu from the Flowing Waterfall were there too. Jiang Hao had fulfilled missions with Xian Yue and Jing Shurjiu several times now. At the Devil's Den, Jiang Hao and the others were greeted by people who were ready to receive them. There were two people. One was a Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator, and the other was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Jiang Hao knew that Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator. He had seen her before. She was Ning Xian from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The Golden Core Realm cultivator was a muscular man, carrying a huge shield. It seemed like he was from the flowing waterfall, just like Yu. If you want to go solo, you can leave halfway. For now, follow me, said Ning Xian and led the group away. Jiang Hao heard the man say the same. Junior brother Jiang, we meet again, said Jing Shurjiu. Xen Yue and Yu also walked over to him. Senior brother Jing, senior sister Xian, and senior sister Yu, how nice to see you, Jiang Hao said politely. This time, Jing Shurjiu seemed genuinely happy to see him. He understood Jiang Hao's strength to some extent. The fact that Jiang Hao had never attacked them implied that they didn't need to be hostile toward one another. Besides, with Jiang Hao present, they would be much safer. Chapter 175 Chapter 175 The Unexpected Accident. Chapter 175 The Unexpected Accident. Junior brother Jiang, are you in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm? Asked Yu in surprise. Xian Yue didn't seem surprised at all, but she was curious to know how Jiang Hao had advanced so quickly. However, her trip to the Devil's Den with Jiang Hao before had taught her that he wasn't ordinary. He was strong. I had a fortuitous encounter during my journey and luckily advanced, but I am still far behind from being a true late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, Jiang Hao said humbly. Advancing too quickly can easily lead to an unstable foundation. Junior brother Jiang, you should spend some time refining your cultivation, said Yu with kind intentions. Jiang Hao nodded gratefully. He noticed that Yu and Xian Yue were both at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, while Zheng Shurjiu had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. There were only two cultivators at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The disciple you recruited, are they doing well? Xian Yue asked. The three I brought back are average, but fortunately, one of them is putting in some effort. Otherwise, I was afraid of getting chastised for bringing in useless people. At this time, the group went deeper into the Devil's Den. Jiang Hao confirmed that there were no major problems outside. The three disciples I brought back are okay, but I wouldn't say they are outstanding, Jing Shurjiu said. Perhaps in a few years they will shine. Jiang Hao was quite curious if he was talking about the last disciple he had picked. The person had average talent but extraordinary perseverance. Jiang Hao thought about what to say. I haven't paid much attention to them in the past few days, but there is one disciple that stresses me out. Junior brother Jiang, you don't need to worry too much. After all, you brought back a Golden Core Realm cultivator, Jing Shurjiu said. He was a little envious. I asked around after returning to the sect, and it seems that Lin Mo, the disciple I recruited, entered the law enforcement hall. He turned to look at Jiang Hao. You know that friend Lin Mo and junior sister Zhao had? The one you recruited. It seems that he suffered quite a blow. They are growing apart because of the gap in their strength. As expected, said Jiang Hao. Indeed. Yu sighed. Having friends like that can be a good thing sometimes, but it can also be stressful. Junior brother Lin Ji is not strong enough, but if he forcefully tries to keep up, he will only invite trouble. I heard that he knows how to hide. It's only his two friends who can ever find him, said Jing Shurjiu with a chuckle. They probably still consider him a friend, despite their high talent and strong cultivation. Jiang Hao looked down at the passing woods and remained silent. Lin Ji was already having more difficulties than the others, both in terms of cultivation and circumstances. If it were just him alone, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, his two friends had exceptional talent, which put immense pressure on him. It would make him feel very bad whether his friends chose to ignore him or stay with him. In a few more years, those two friends might look down on him. It might not happen intentionally, but it would feel like that anyway. The differences always got in the way. However, it seemed Lin Ji had secrets of his own. Next time, I will use the daily appraisal on him. We're almost there, said a voice from the front. Jiang Hao and the others stopped talking and looked ahead. They could see a barrier of light enveloping the area. It sealed off the entire region. In front of the barrier, there was a temporary defensive line with people patrolling the surroundings. After landing, the senior who led them turned to look at them. You can stay near here and wait for instructions. If you don't arrive when instructions are being issued, we'll assume you are going on a solo mission. Check in here every day to confirm your whereabouts. Find accommodations on your own, and then take turns investigating the situation. You have 3 days of rest. After 3 days, you'll need to move. Jiang Hao and the others began to search for accommodations. Jiang Hao observed his surroundings, trying to confirm whether there were any powerful individuals here. He also wanted to familiarize himself with the surroundings. He discovered 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators. The rest were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. There were no Lifeblood Refining Realm cultivators present, which was understandable. The Devil's Den was not for someone at the Lifeblood Refinement realm. He suddenly thought of something. In the future, if Lin Ji and the others advanced to higher cultivation, would they choose to go out for missions? Jiang Hao found a decent spot and started to build a wooden house for himself. He maintained his peak condition to prevent any accident. The next day, Zheng Shurjiu found him. I heard that it's very easy to encounter demon dwellers there. Moreover, the strength of demon dwellers varies, so it might get very dangerous. Some people never got to leave from here. Jiang Hao frowned. Are they still assumed to have undertaken solo missions? Huh. Zheng Shurjiu shook his head. I think they are filed under missing persons. I see. It would be much easier for him to leave the team. He didn't want to leave unless it was necessary. It seemed better to wait for his turn. It would be best if he could find some spirit herbs to plant here. He had an uneasy feeling that something was brewing here. Ice Moon Valley's Zheng Shurjiu, Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang, how are you here? Asked a voice. Jiang Hao and Zheng Shurjiu turned to see who was calling them. Yes, they said. Follow me. Something happened to the reconnaissance team, Yi Ji said in a low voice. Jiang Hao was surprised. He hadn't expected his turn to come so soon. He followed them anyway. He realized that Yu Yu and Xian Yue were also there. There was also a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. The group of 6 people passed through the defensive barrier and rode their swords deeper into the Devil's Denver. If you encounter anything dangerous, you can retreat. Don't try to be reckless. I cannot save you, said Yi Ji. Jiang Hao and the others didn't say anything. This was normal. It was unrealistic to expect help from others in a demonic sect. Zheng Shurjiu and the group looked deeply worried. If the scouting team had encountered a problem, it meant danger was ahead. It meant that they would be taking a huge risk by entering the danger zone. However, they couldn't refuse. The mission had to be carried out. Soon, Jiang Hao and the others saw signs of a fight in the forest ahead. Let's go down and take a look. Yi Ji slowly descended. Jiang Hao followed along. However, the moment he landed, he sensed an attack incoming. Yi Ji quickly noticed it too. Be careful. She stretched out her hand and cast a shield spell. Boom! A giant rock was blocked from hitting them. Jiang Hao immediately looked to the side and frowned. There were so many well-hidden demon dwellers in this place. Yi only noticed it only when it was too close to them. Be careful! She was being held back by a powerful force. It was too late to think about escape. Zheng Shizhou and the others also noticed that something was wrong. There wasn't enough time to counterattack. Just as they were about to take this attack head-on, a beam of moonlight appeared. Jiang Hao drew his saber and swung it down. Boom! The moonlight slash cut through the attack and destroyed the demon dweller's disguise. It was a late-stage Foundation establishment demon. Zheng Shizhou and the group stared in disbelief. The demon was just 2 meters away from them. They had been caught off guard. Jiang Hao didn't stop there. He used the demonic sound 1,000 miles to arrive in front of the demon dweller and slashed at it. The demon was beheaded. Jiang Hao stepped back and sheathed his saber. Seniors, please be careful. I think there are more of these things here. Chapter 176, Chapter 176. About to be killed. Chapter 176. About to be killed. Jiang Hao did not pay much attention to his seniors' shocked faces. His current strength was set to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Anyone in that realm who was perceptive enough could have done what he did. He was more concerned about the demons around him. The demons weren't stronger than the ones he had fought before, but they had become better at hiding and disguising themselves. It seemed that they were much more difficult to deal with than before. Zheng Shizhou and the others recovered from their shock and became alert. Yu stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground shook. Zheng Shizhou waved his paper fan and cast a spell. Snow started falling in the place. The tremors on the ground shook the demons out of hiding. Those that remained were exposed by the heavy snow. Clang! Xian Yue attacked with her sword. Each attack was imbued with thunder and fire. The scarred middle-aged man also leaped up at this moment and tore the demons apart with his bare hands. Jiang Hao also joined the fray. This time, he didn't go for fatal strikes but attacked the weakest point on the demons' necks with his dagger. As each demon fell, white bubbles spawned. All the demons were slain. Jiang Hao walked past the corpses. Not even a single blue bubble. Jiang Hao sighed. However, he had expected that. Since he had advanced to the primordial spirit realm, blue bubbles had become rarer and rarer. When he was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he found so many blue bubbles everywhere. If he wanted better bubbles, he would have to kill demons in the primordial spirit realm or the golden core realm. But where would he find such strong demons? There are no survivors, said Zheng Shizhou. Jiang Hao went over to join them. He had made up his mind to be patient even if there were not enough bubbles to be found. He could use this time to familiarize himself with the universe in a palm ability and to study the nameless manual. Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said Yi Ji. There was a hint of admiration in the way she called out his name this time. She had thought that people would get injured, but Jiang Hao had done well. Yes, Jiang Hao said. Have you cultivated spiritual techniques? Yi Ji asked. Some, said Jiang Hao. He knew some spirit techniques that had come in handy. The nameless manual had taught him so much. Yi Ji nodded. Be vigilant and see if the previous scouting team left anything behind. The 5 people agreed and began to investigate. Zheng Shizhou and Xian Yue heaved a sigh of relief. They felt much safer with Jiang Hao around. Yu looked at Jiang Hao. She frowned. She cultivated to pursue a solid foundation in her cultivation realm, so she saw many things that others missed. Jiang Hao just killed the demon with one blow. His power was stable, and his cultivation was refined. She felt embarrassed because she hadn't done well in front of her seniors. Jiang Hao walked forward and looked at the innermost part of the demon cave. The light from the sky was still shining. It was as if the whole place had some kind of celestial glow. The dangers emerged from there. This was the core of the Devil's Denver. I wonder what happened inside. With a sigh, he began to ask about the whereabouts of his fellow disciples. Looking at the signs of battle, it seemed that they were chased inside. There is a high chance that they might have discovered something. Many trees have been destroyed in this area. It seems the fight was intense. I found something, said Jingshurgyo. It's the mark of the Ice Moon Valley. Jingshurgyo pointed at the water marks on the ground. Jiang Hao observed the marks and found traces of faint spiritual energy swirling within. Can guess which direction they went in? Asked Yi Ji. This way. Jingshurgyo pointed to the left. Let's go and take a look. The 6 people headed toward the direction of the mark. Jiang Hao was at the back. After a short time, they arrived at the riverbank. The mark shows that something is underwater, Jingshurgyo said. Yi Ji nodded. She took a step forward and used her powerful strength to separate the river. Splash! Jiang Hao saw a magical formation appearing in the water. There was indeed something there. Jingshurgyo and the middle-aged man with a scar on his face pulled out the people who were unconscious. They found 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. Among them, one of the women was slightly injured. The other 2 were pretty severely wounded, while the other 2 had more serious injuries. Sister Xia. Jingshurgyo recognized the woman. Something big has happened, said the woman called Xia when she saw Jingshurgyo. Enemies among the demons. They wanted to trap us. We need to escape or request more reinforcement. Otherwise, we're doomed. Let's go back first. Yi Ji got up. As they headed out, Jiang Hao turned back to look at the place but didn't feel anything amiss. Don't worry. There are seniors of the sect inside the Devil's Denver. Our area is on the outer side. There shouldn't be any powerful demons here, said Yi Ji. The others nodded but couldn't say anything more. Soon, they returned to their campsite. Yi Ji asked them to take the wounded people to the Alchemists while she escorted Xia to the Golden Core Realm cultivators. They needed to discuss the situation and take action. Do you think what Senior Xia said is true? Xian Yu asked. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There must be some danger around here, Yu said. We should be prepared. If we are trapped inside and need support from the sect, will they come on time? Jiang Hao asked. It's hard to say. Jingshurgyo frowned. If we are trapped here, it probably means that the Gold Core Realm seniors are also trapped. Otherwise, they would run to help. I think that the sect will provide support in that case. If the sect had enough manpower to spare, we might be getting more reinforcements soon. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. The Heavenly Note sect didn't have enough manpower right now. They had suffered great losses in the previous battle with Azure Mountain. Besides, they were in conflict with the Black Heaven sect. So many people had been dispatched to the mines. The Heavenly Saints sect was also becoming restless for a battle. They might infiltrate the Devil's Den. If they were trapped here, they had to look out for themselves. The situation wasn't looking good. Chapter 177 Chapter 177 I don't need evidence to kill you. Chapter 177 I don't need evidence to kill you. The next day, Jiang Hao didn't receive any clear information or instructions. Perhaps the seniors were uncertain themselves, or maybe they were waiting for reinforcements. Since there was no news, Jiang Hao could only investigate on his own. Every morning, he observed his surroundings for clues. After 3 days, there was no progress. The only thing they could do was work on their cultivation and be patient. This time, Jiang Hao focused more on the light and dust technique and studied the 3rd form of the Heavenly Blade. He couldn't learn the 4th form yet. Currently, the fastest attack technique was the 3rd form, the Meteor. If the demons had transformed from prey to hunters, the meteor technique would be effective against them. But there was one thing that made him curious. How were the demons able to form traps? The demons only acted on impulse. They weren't intelligent life forms. They didn't have the intelligence to plan traps for their enemies. Are there people helping them, or are the demons really capable of higher intelligence? Jiang Hao felt that the latter was more likely. When it came to spirit beasts, the powerful once possessed some form of intelligence. Perhaps demons were the same. 5 days later, there was an eruption outside. Jiang Hao walked out of his makeshift cabin and saw 2 disgruntled Foundation establishment realm cultivators. What exactly is going on? Are we going to be trapped here as prey to the demons? One of them shouted. If that's the case, we might as well leave now, the other added. The words of the 2 people puzzled the other disciples. Jiang Hao looked around and realized that none of them knew about the current situation. They seemed to be hearing the news for the first time. What are you talking about? Someone asked. Don't you know? One of the 2 men said. We heard the demons are somehow different from before. They plan elaborate traps to ensnare us. What? Is this true? They were unaware of the whole situation. Jiang Hao lowered his head. It seemed the wise choice to make right now would be to leave this place. However, this was a sect mission. They couldn't just leave. Everyone waited for the seniors in Golden Core Realm to arrive and explain everything to them. How will they explain, tough? Thought Jiang Hao. Will they tell the truth? Jiang Hao wasn't as anxious as the others. He was just waiting and observing the situation to make the best choice. Silence. A loud voice boomed from above. Yi stood high above and looked at everyone. Finally, her gaze fell on the 2 Foundation establishment realm cultivators who caused the commotion. One was tall and the other looked fierce. Neither of them seemed like easy opponents. Senior Sister Yi, everyone wants to know the truth. Are we going to be trapped here? Asked the tall disciple. Yi flew down. She stared at the 2 people calmly. Where did you hear about this? We heard it from someone, said the fiercer one of the 2. Who did you hear it from? Yi asked. We can't tell you. We just want to know if it's the truth, said the tall disciple. Yi remained calm. People who know about this matter have been with us for the past few days. Nobody else knows about this unless you are traitors colluding with the demons. The sudden accusation shocked the 2 disciples. Before they could respond, Yi made a move. There was a golden burst of power. Yi reached out from a distance and strangled the fierce disciple. Blood spurted out. His body twisted. There was a loud bang and he died on the spot. The tall disciple was trembling in fear. What evidence do you have to accuse us? Aren't you afraid of the consequences of killing disciples on a hunch? Evidence. Yi smiled. Look around. This is neither the sect nor the law enforcement hall. Being suspicious is enough to get you killed here. She gathered a powerful force in her hand and threw it. Boom. The tall disciple was instantly obliterated. The other people were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. Jiang Hao was also quite surprised that Yi had killed them on the spot. If no one knew about the information, could the 2 really have been traitors? If it wasn't true, would they have challenged a Golden Core Realm cultivator? Jiang Hao decided to examine the corpses. He activated the daily appraisal. So, they really were traitors. Jiang Hao was surprised. He wondered if Yi had actually known it, or if she had just acted on a hunch and killed them. Well, you know about it now. What they said is true. But we haven't received orders to evacuate. You can choose to retreat at your own risk or go solo to fulfill the missions, or stay here quietly and wait for further instructions, said Yi. She turned around and left. Her words left the others astonished. The disciples looked at each other. Most chose to stay where they were. Evacuating without orders was a serious offense. Nobody dared to do it. Going solo to fulfill the mission would be suicidal if this was a trap. It was better to stay put and wait for further instructions. Jiang Hao returned to his wooden cabin. In the following days, there were no more internal investigations after the initial exploration of the surroundings. It seemed that being trapped here had become an inevitable situation. The demons hadn't launched an attack so far, though. It's been too quiet. Jiang Hao walked out of his cabin, feeling uneasy. The others were feeling the same. They were bored and scared. They were also becoming impatient. Jiang Hao was uneasy because the Golden Core Realm cultivators hadn't contacted the Sect yet. There had been no news. So far. The Devil's Den was within the Sect. It wouldn't take long to send a message to the Sect and to get a response. But there was nothing. Jiang Hao flew out on his sword. Their campsite wasn't very far away from the outside. He frowned. There was a presence in front of him. He sensed a faint spiritual energy. He increased his speed. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the forest. The faint energy was still there. Jiang Hao raised his hand and gently touched the faint energy fluctuation. Whoosh! An invisible ripple blocked his hand. Jiang Hao withdrew his hand and sighed. So, we have lost contact with the outside. That was why the Sect was being so quiet. As he turned back, he saw Yiji approach. Chapter 178 Chapter 178 A Massive Attack. Chapter 178 A Massive Attack. Jiang Hao didn't feel surprised to see Yiji. Senior Sister Yiji, he said in greeting. Yiji was at the Golden Core Realm. However, compared to someone like Miao Tinglian, her Golden Core Realm wasn't as strong. She probably wasn't a formidable disciple. To become a formidable disciple, it wasn't enough to rely solely on cultivation. One needed to have innate potential like Han Ming. His talent and potential far exceeded those of ordinary disciples at his level. Jiang Hao's current rate of progress was enough to make him a formidable disciple. The only reason he hadn't become one yet was because his talent was only above average. Also, there were speculations that his advancement was due to treasures and other encounters. He was also in the suspect list of the Law Enforcement Hall, and they thought he had ties with traitors of the Sect. Yiji approached Jiang Hao calmly. You found it. When did it happen? Jiang Hao asked. Probably on the day you arrived. We were supposed to inform the Sect as soon as we rescued the people. Unfortunately, we couldn't get out. Yiji stared at Jiang Hao. Are you afraid, junior brother Jiang? A little, said Jiang Hao. I couldn't tell, said Yiji and smiled. Do you think others know about this apart from the three of us at the Golden Core Realm? I think I'm the first to know, said Jiang Hao. He didn't think that the others had tried to venture outside. You're the seventh, said Yiji. What do you think of the 6 people that were with you? Know anything about anyone? I don't know, Jiang Hao shook his head. Yiji was a little surprised by how calmly Jiang Hao handled the situation. You seem quite calm. It's admirable. What do you think our current situation is? Not very optimistic. Jiang Hao followed her and landed on the ground. I was curious why the Sect hadn't sent reinforcement. Several reasons, said Yiji. We report to the Sect once a month. The last report we sent was on the day your group arrived. It's been only 11 days since then. Secondly, we studied this barrier and realized that it emanates from the core of the Devil's Denver. If we resolve whatever is happening at the core, the barrier might disappear. Otherwise, there will be a continuous flow of power supporting this barrier, which makes it immensely difficult to break free. So, Yiji turned to look at Jiang Hao. Even if the Sect knows, the first priority is to enter the core and solve the problem to clear a path. We must rely on ourselves for now. Can I help with anything, Senior Sister Yiji? Yes. I think there is something you can help with. Yi looked at Jiang Hao solemnly. If it were any other time we could just wait. However, our magical artifact that detects demons is warning us that a large horde of demons is approaching. It won't be long before they attack. At other times we could contact the Sect for reinforcement, but this time, it's different. We are trapped. Yi paused and looked at Jiang Hao. She thought she would see fear or helplessness in his eyes, but there was nothing. No excitement, no fear, nothing. He only looked a little surprised. Yi felt that the person in front of her was something else entirely. Most people panicked when they heard such news. Jiang Hao was taken aback. They had become the prey to the demons. The situation didn't really look good for any of them. Chapter 179 Chapter 179 I've Become a Tool. Chapter 179 I've Become a Tool. Returning to the campsite, Yi walked ahead. She turned around with a smile. You can find me anytime if you run into trouble, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded. He activated the daily appraisal on her. Well, I intended to go into the core of the Devil's Den anyway. He did want to go there. Once inside, he could face the dangers there alone. Without anyone else there, it would be easy to fight and survive until the reinforcements arrived. He could even search for demons who were in the Primordial Spirit Realm or the Golden Core Realm. He might find more bubbles. The only thing he needed to worry about was finding a way to escape attention. I'll wait for your confirmation tomorrow, said Yi. After bidding farewell to her, Jiang Hao returned to his cabin. Nothing was surprising about the appraisal result. The people in the demonic sect functioned that way. It was normal. They used people for their own advantage and discarded them when they ran out of use. The only thing that puzzled Jiang Hao was that she had used enchantments on him 18 times. He hadn't even felt anything. It seems I need to do some research when it comes to charms and enchantments. I need to find something in the Nameless Manual that helps me detect it while being used on me. Maybe I can use it to my advantage someday. Jiang Hao rummaged through his storage treasure. He found 3 books on charms and bewitchment. He wanted to read them right away, but he noticed something on the stone tablet. Messages appeared in the group. They were the same people as before. However, there was an invitation. Someone was inviting him to join in on the conversation at midnight. Maybe this is the person Hongyue is looking for. Jiang Hao hesitated and then decided to join in that night. He was an undercover agent, after all. He watched their conversation for a while. It was a conversation between Gue and Xing. It seemed Gue had something important taken away from her by a python. An ability to conceal itself? Jiang Hao was envious that a beast had such an ability. After that, they started discussing the night's gathering. Jiang Hao watched for a while, and then put away the stone tablet. His purpose was to go undercover. He needed to find out who was behind all the stone tablet. If he wanted to do that, he needed to blend in with the group. Just watching their conversation might not be helpful. Dan Yuan? Is that a name or a code for something? Jiang Hao thought about it but couldn't figure it out. He might be able to find out tonight. He read the books on charms and waited for midnight to arrive. At the main defense line, in the camp of the Golden Core Realm cultivators, 3 people sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi sat on the left. A gloomy-faced man sat on the right. In the middle was a muscular man with a large shield by his side. You invited a late Foundation establishment realm cultivator? Asked Lan Feng, the gloomy-faced man. He isn't strong enough. He'll just be a cannon fodder. What's the use of taking him along? What if he's willing to sacrifice himself for me? Yi smiled. He is very sharp. He detects danger and acts very efficiently. I already charmed him. If there is any danger, he'll die saving me. What was his name again? Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts? Asked Jean. Long, the muscular man. He is still on the suspect list of the law enforcement hall. You'd better be careful. We aren't going to do anything to him, said Yi Ji. Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. That name sounds familiar, said Lan Feng. The demons have many treasures, but I'm not sure this place has any. If you want to go through with this, I won't stop you. You'd better destroy anything that's inside and succeed. Of course, said Yi Ji. It will be a great achievement. I'll be the last one standing. Lan Feng snorted. What's so funny? Yi Ji asked. Nothing, said Lan Feng. It's not that I look down on people you recruit, but… Let's talk about this Jiang Hao. He is just in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. What can he do? I know a bit about him. I remember that he advanced through some lucky encounters on his journey. He hides in the spirit herb garden and does nothing. But he might have some treasures or techniques on him. If he dies, who would take his storage treasure? Asked Lan Feng. I take 70%, and you take 30% of anything we find in his storage treasure, said Yi Ji. 60/40ths, said Lan Feng. Then let's do this. We rely on our own abilities, said Yi Ji. Okay, said Lan Feng. Jin Long didn't get involved. He would rely on his formation for defense. It was the safest. He could hang on till the end. Since they were trapped, they needed to do everything they could to survive. Jiang Hao closed the book on charms. He hadn't read everything yet. From what he had understood so far, charms were activated through body language, eyes, and speech. There was also an entry about its effect, making the other person feel infatuated with the spellcaster. If one possessed natural charm, it was easier to cast the spells and bewitch others. Every word and movement intensified the enchantment. It could even make people fall irrevocably in love with the spellcaster. It is no wonder so many people are willing to avenge senior sister Yun Ruo. They even throw away their own future and go undercover just to kill me, so they can avenge her. It was a given that some people went to the extreme to get what they want, but so many people refuse to let go even after all this time. Jiang Hao sighed. Senior sister Yi Ji is trying to do the same to me. Thankfully, charms and bewitchments are useless against me because of the heaven. Extinction goo poison. He didn't know whether he was happy or sad about it. Chapter 180 Chapter 180 The First Gathering. Chapter 180 The First Gathering. It was time. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He projected his thoughts into the stone tablet. He explored its interior with his consciousness. If anything happened, he could retract his thoughts immediately. Soon, the public area appeared before him. It was different from the last time. This time, boundless starlight flowed beneath his feet like a brilliant river, with the sun and moon revolving around the celestial sphere. It was spectacular. Jiang Hao stood on a star. It was difficult to move around. He turned to his right and saw the woman from before. Lu and Xing stood to Gui's right. Just 4 people like before. The 4 of them were not in a straight line. Xing was at the front, followed by Gui and Lu at the back. Jiang Hao looked up and saw a man sitting high above. He knew that was Dan. Violin. Senior Dan Yuan. The other 3 clasped their hands in a salute. Jiang Hao followed suit. He didn't want to provoke them. He had made enemies everywhere. He wasn't going to put his life in danger for this undercover operation. Jiang Hao just needed to be patient. If he acted suspiciously, it would not only be dangerous but he would also be kicked out of here. It's been a long time. It seems others are busy, said Dan Yuan. His voice was soft. He looked at Jiang Hao. Friend, are you a newcomer? Yes. I just started, Jiang Hao said truthfully. We're all friends here, Jing. Where are you from? I just arrived at Hidden Cloud Prefecture. I'll be here for a while, Jiang Hao said. Hidden Cloud Prefecture? That's close to where I'm right now, said Gui. I'm in the Heavenly South Prefecture. I've been on the sea lately, said Lu with a smile. I'm in the eastern region in the Heavenly Sky Prefecture, said Xing. Jiang Hao was surprised. Everyone stated their location without hesitation. So, they had been right before. It was a rule for one to mention their location. Hidden Cloud Prefecture. I have something to ask you, said Dan Yuan with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded. Since he was an undercover agent, he had to play along. If he couldn't help them, he would be of no value. He needed to play along. Do any of you have any doubts about cultivation? Dan Yuan looked at the four of them. Senior, I want to ask if someone who is not from the Great Thousand God Sect can still cultivate the Great Thousand Spiritual Technique, said Gui. Great Thousand Spiritual Technique? Dan Yuan smiled. Is it for the sake of the Great Thousand Divine Avatar? If so, I don't recommend cultivating it. If not, then there's no problem. Why can't we cultivate it? Asked Gui, puzzled. Because the Great Thousand Divine Avatar has a fatal flaw that can only be compensated for by practicing the Cultivation techniques in the Great Thousand God Sect. Other people who learn it will die. It's fine to learn it as an ordinary spiritual technique, but you don't really need it. I see. Gui nodded. Lu and Xing also asked their own questions. They also asked about various techniques. However, the information was too limited. Jiang Hao couldn't really understand much about the people from just a few questions. He only knew a bit more about Gui. She was at the Heavenly South Prefecture, and was currently chasing a python who took her things. Dan Yuan answered their questions one by one. His gaze shifted to Jiang Hao. The others also looked at him. Since we have all gathered here, it must be fate that brought us together. Don't worry, young friend. You don't need to pay anything for the answers you seek, said Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao thought about it for a moment. He didn't know what he should ask. There was no problem with his cultivation. He didn't want to ask about techniques. What else was there to ask about? However, if he didn't ask something, he would be the odd one out. It would make the others unwilling to talk to him. Where can I find the Snow God Pill? He asked. He thought that maybe he could ask about charms and enchantments, but he couldn't muster up the courage. Charms were usually practiced by women spellcasters, so he felt self-conscious. He couldn't ask about the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, or about the light and dust technique. He didn't want to reveal too much information. The Snow God Pill? Dan Yuan was quite surprised. Well, that's not related to cultivation, but since you're new here, I'll answer your question. The Snow God Pill is extremely rare. Among the 18 sects, only the powerful sects have them. The Sunset Immortal Sect has one. I think the Clear Sky School and the Bright Moon Sect also have them. It is rumored that the Clear Sky School even has a formula to make one, but it is hard to produce because it's very difficult to find the materials. The best time to take the pill is before advancing to the primordial spirit realm. There is a chance that it can offer you a divine ability when you advance. With it, the speed of advancement will be fast. The benefits are numerous. As for obtaining it, you can actually get it directly. You will have to find a child with exceptional talent and send them to the Clear Sky School. They will obviously take such a disciple under their wing. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had taken the pill before advancing to the primordial spirit realm, and it had given him a divine ability. He didn't know if Hong Yuye had intended it to be so. It was highly likely she had planned it all. Thank you for giving me the information, Senior, said Jiang Hao. Now, he had a better understanding of the Snow God Pill. It was unexpected that the Sunset Immortal Sect had one. Senior, do you have any missions? Asked Gui. I do have one, Dan Yuan said. I want you to help me find something. What is it? Xing asked. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower, Dan Yuan said calmly. I just need information about it. Anything you can find. Its appearance, fragrance, blooming cycle, etc. You can exchange that information for a favor from me. Just information? Jiang Hao asked. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower? It's the first time I've heard of it, said Gui. It's a divine item that is said to have fallen at the beginning of heaven and earth. That's all I know for now, said Xing. Information is enough, but it would be best if you could find the location of it, said Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao nodded. Obviously, he wasn't going to tell them that he had the flower in his courtyard. However, it confirms something. Dan Yuan wasn't in the southern region. Otherwise, he would already know that the flower was in the Heavenly Note Sect. The Heavenly Saints Sect, Black Even Sect, and Azure Mountain all knew that the flower was in his courtyard. They had sent many spies. The Sunset Immortal Sect was probably unaware of it. Should I reveal a little bit about the flower? Thought Jiang Hao. Chapter 181 Chapter 181 Jiang Hao Tian is discovered. Chapter 181 Jiang Hao Tian is discovered. At the 100-Flower Lake, it was drizzling lightly. Rain fell onto the pavilion. A teacup was placed in a corner to collect the rain. Inside the pavilion, Hong Yuye sat at the stone table and gazed absent-mindedly at the rain outside. Sect Master. A figure in white descended and bowed to her. The Heavenly Saints Sect is restless. Hong Yuye fixed her gaze on Baiji. It's because of my incompetence. Baiji knelt down in fear. There had been too many problems in the Heavenly Note Sect lately, and she felt like it was all her fault. What's the matter? Hong Yuye asked calmly. The Devil's Den is shaking and the demons are swarming out. Right now, they have fallen into our trap. Once their race treasure appears, they'll make a move. Everything is under control for now. When they attack, should we wipe them all out, or should we teach them a lesson and let them go? That's your decision, said Hong Yuye. What else? The people from the Heavenly Saints Sect have been very active lately. It seems they are targeting Jiang Hao. They believe that he knows about the secret treasure in the mines. They might still have spies here. We are currently investigating it. We have been observing Azure Mountain as well. They seem to have given up on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Baiji didn't ask her anything about dealing with the Heavenly Saints Sect. That was her responsibility. As long as the sect wasn't affected, it would all be fine. Unfortunately, they weren't lying low. Baiji suspected that they knew about the problems in the Devil's Den, and were trying to sabotage everything. What do you think of the Heavenly Saints Sect? Hong Yuye asked. They are very paranoid and fanatical, said Baiji. What if they had planned this to deceive you? Maybe they want you distracted with this so that they can make a bigger move. Baiji broke out in a cold sweat. What could they possibly be up to? Let's talk about something else. Hong Yuye didn't want to discuss it further. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower is growing well. Jiang Hao was absent for 3 months last year. It's difficult to determine his whereabouts. Although it's hard to confirm whether he is a traitor, it's clear that he is hiding some secrets. When he returned from his journey, he brought a disciple named Chu Chuan with him. I tried to observe this child to find out about where Jiang Hao was in the 3 months, said Baiji. I discovered that he was a fallen young master associated with the Bright Moon Sect's new disciple. It was impossible to pinpoint their exact location. After that, I had people investigate the Bright Moon Sect. I found their trails in several towns. I couldn't find much, but I found out something about a person named Jiang Hao Tian. Jiang Hao Tian? Hong Yuye asked. Is he related to Jiang Hao? It's possible, Baiji said. That person and the people from the Bright Moon Sect stayed in the same inn. The Bright Moon Sect took away their new disciple, but Chu Chuan didn't follow them. Jiang Hao Tian must have taken away someone of similar age. Go on, Hong Yuya said. At first, I thought Jiang Hao Tian might be Jiang Hao. However, it doesn't seem likely, said Baiji. They are different in appearance and temperament. Jiang Hao seems very arrogant and reckless, almost maniacal. I suspect he must be someone related to Jiang Hao. But I found out that Jiang Hao's family moved away many years ago. I found nothing about them in the surrounding towns. He might not have any living relatives. This person appeared very mysterious. I don't know what the person plans. Baiji had suspected that the two were the same person. However, they were vastly different. Besides, Jiang Hao was young. He was in his early 20s. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't reach such a level. Anything else? Hong Yuye asked indifferently. There's also another little girl that Jiang Hao recruited a while back, said Baiji. The girl receives a lot of care from Jiang Hao. That little girl is not ordinary. Even though she is just at the lifeblood refinement realm, no one can match her. After only a few months of cultivation, she is already at the second stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. She is extraordinary. That's not all, she also has an unusually large appetite. I suspect she either possesses a special physique or has a special background. Have you investigated it? Hong Yuye asked. I have. Ku Wuchang must have investigated it as well. This little girl was picked up by an elderly couple from the river. They adopted her. That's all I know for now. If nothing unexpected happens, Ku Wuchang will accept her as a true disciple once she establishes her foundation. If her background is not that extraordinary, then there's no need to pay it any attention, Hong Yuye said. Baiji nodded. Based on this investigation, we can speculate that the person related to Jiang Hao might be near the sect, or even within the sect. Considering that his whereabouts were difficult to trace when he ventured outside the sect, that person might be helping him. However, all this is just speculation. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuye instructed. Baiji nodded. What about the other traitors besides Jiang Hao? Hong Yuye looked at Baiji. Baiji panicked. There has been some progress. There might be some traitors among the elders. Find them, Hong Yuye said coldly, and see who Azure Mountain has been associating with. Understood. Hong Yuye tossed out a transparent box with a ring inside. Here. The efforts must be repaid. Baiji took the box. She couldn't understand the sect master's intentions, especially when it came to Jiang Hao. She instructed her to investigate him while handing him rewards. Does the sect master think that there is something wrong with him but wants to keep him as a pawn? There wasn't any evidence against Jiang Hao, so she didn't dwell much on it. Moreover, he was a pawn to attract other traitors. They needed to solve other problems in the sect first and make the sect stronger in the next few years. More and more people knew about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. That could be Jiang Hao's test of loyalty. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. The gathering didn't last long, but it was full of surprises. He learned quite a bit from joining in. However, maintaining his position was a troublesome matter. He couldn't leave, and if the others requested his cooperation, he couldn't refuse too many times. They would find him suspicious or think of him as having no value. Another thing that bothered him was the method of growing the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It made him think of Xianyuan Tai. Xianyuan Tai knew that he was growing the flower and had seen value in Jiang Hao. It hadn't seemed important before, but now Jiang Hao realized something. Not many people knew how to plant the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, but he had managed to grow it. Even Elder Baiji occasionally sent him rewards, which made him realize that he was doing a good job of raising the flower. I am valuable to the Heavenly Note sect, after all. Jiang Hao felt relieved when he realized that, but he wasn't certain of it yet. He didn't dare ask Elder Baiji about it, as he feared her wrath. Maybe I can try asking Hong Yuye when I see her next time. Suddenly, Jiang Hao realized that Hong Yuye might not know about it either. Jiang Hao froze where he stood. Why did Elder Baiji approach me? Is it a coincidence she asked me to plant the flower at the same time the traders were appearing? At that time, he had conflicts with the traders, and the sect had started cracking down on them. He had received the seed from Elder Baiji and had managed to make the flower grow. He had long suspected that she gave him the seed so that she could fish out the traders. Jiang Hao decided to get stronger, no matter what the reason was. She opened the nameless manual and studied it. Early the next morning, he walked out of the cabin and found Yi Ji. Junior brother Jiang, have you made up your mind? Yi Ji asked. Yes. I'll follow you, senior sister Yi Ji. Good. Yi Ji walked toward Jiang Hao with a smile. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action, junior brother Jiang. I believe it will be impressive. Chapter 182, Chapter 182. Seize me as a prey? Chapter 182. Seize me as a prey. Do you need anything, junior brother Jiang? Yi Ji asked. This time, it'll be dangerous inside. If you need anything, you only need to ask me. Jiang Hao looked at her. He tried to sense any kind of charms she might be casting on him. He couldn't find anything. If I need anything, I'll tell you, senior sister Yi Ji. Good. Yi Ji nodded and smiled. Please rest well. We'll enter from the back when the attack happens. We'll have to rely on your vigilance. Jiang Hao felt strange. It was the first time anyone had ever placed such an importance on him. Is this a charm? Jiang Hao was confused. He didn't know if it was a charm she was casting on him, or if it was his own emotions. He brushed the thought away. It was clearly a manipulative tactic. All right. He bowed. After asking for some details, Jiang Hao turned and left. Roughly 13 people were getting ready to go out. Apart from him, 10 were at the Foundation Establishment Realm, and 2 were at the Golden Core Realm. It seems that my cultivation is the weakest. As far as anyone knew, he was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Leaving Yi Ji's cabin, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. His situation was worrying. However, he just wanted to go in so that he could escape discovery. When the attack happened, he would let everyone escape and fall behind. They would use the weakest person as a distraction while escaping. Jiang Hao was okay with that. Although he needed to be cautious about charms and bewitchments, it wasn't as concerning. Right now, what he needed was to conserve his strength. First, he needed to control his power. Secondly, he needed to unleash stronger attacks. 2 days later, something roared in the distance. The demon army was approaching. At this time, Jiang Hao noticed that everyone was setting up things all around them. Some created formations and others focused on trap. They prepared for the demon horde's attack. Many people were aware that there would be no reinforcements and retreat wasn't an option. They needed to stall the demons and wait for the sect's rescue operation. They all waited for the arrival of the demons and hoped that the demons would be delayed. It increased their chance of receiving reinforcements. That night, Zheng Shizhou and Xian Yue came to find Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, I heard that you intend to enter the core of the devils. Den? Asked Zheng Shizhou. You may not be familiar with senior sister Yi Ji and senior brother Lan Feng, but few people come away unscathed after associating with them. Yu also nodded. It's better to follow senior brother Jin Long. Those who are going in are all extraordinary. It won't be easy for someone in the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, junior brother Jiang said. Xian Yue. Jiang Hao was surprised when he saw these 3 people. They seemed concerned about him. He took their warnings into consideration gratefully. Thank you. I would like to give it a try anyway. Zheng Shizhou and the others didn't object to this. In fact, they were sure Jiang Hao would be okay. With many demons attacking together, how long can the seniors hold on here? Asked Jiang Hao. It's hard to say, but with sufficient preparations, ordinary demons shouldn't be able to break through the defenses here. If there aren't any Golden Core realm demons attacking at the same time, we can hold out for a long time. A month. Maybe, said Yu. Jiang Hao nodded. Half a month had already passed. Another month would give them enough time for the Sect's reinforcements to arrive. Staying put here was a wise choice. However, he might not find many bubbles if he did. Jiang Hao didn't want to offend Yi Ji by refusing her. He had already told her that he would come along. Jiang Hao prepared to set off the next day. On the 5th day, Yi Ji found Jiang Hao early in the morning. Junior brother, we can head in now. Okay. Jiang Hao saw that the other 12 people had already gathered. He was the last one. After a brief observation, he noticed that 10 out of the 12 were at the Foundation establishment realm. 7 men and 3 women. The way they looked at him with contempt. Jiang Hao didn't care. He was more intrigued by the 100 the Golden Core realm cultivator gave him. They exchanged a simple greeting and then ignored each other. He had a slender figure and looked aloof, but his eyes shone with an eagerness as though he had found his prey. That's strange. I don't even know him. Why do I feel like he is targeting me? Let's go. Lan Feng smiled as he passed by Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, you are the weakest in cultivation among us. You need to be very careful when we head in. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Jiang Hao followed them. Jing Shizhou and the others couldn't help but feel sympathy toward Jiang Hao. It seems like junior brother Jiang is in for more trouble. Yu sighed. That might not be true, said Jing Shizhou. One feel like junior brother Jiang will somehow defeat the demons and turn the tides in our favor. Even if he can't do that, he might not really be in danger as much as we think, said Xi and Yue. Yu looked at the two of them in confusion. She asked them why they felt that way. Just speculations, said Jing Shizhou. The others at the defense line watched as the group entered the core of the Devil's Denver. They knew that the demons were coming. The 13 people moved silently and efficiently. Jiang Hao followed at the back. He let the 12 people proceed forward. We took the secluded route. Can we really avoid the demons here? Jiang Hao looked around. He didn't find any traces of the demons. It was already dark. Occasionally, they would hear the sound of boulders rolling down. That must be the demons. Yi Ji and Lan Feng stopped. There should be quite a few demons ahead. Let's hide and wait until dawn before we take action, they whispered. Jiang Hao stopped at the edge and understood why they had stopped. The demons were stealthy, and the group's perception was limited in the dark. If the demons ambushed them, it would be over. Chapter 183 Chapter 183 The Demoness Sees Me with a Charms Book. Chapter 183 The Demoness Sees Me with a Charms Book. I heard that you are very vigilant, junior brother Jiang. Could you scout the area? Asked Lan Feng. Sure. Jiang Hao nodded. Thank you, junior brother Jiang. If you find anything, retreat immediately, said Yi Ji. Jiang Hao nodded. He then moved forward. He found a tree branch to keep watch from. From there, he could see the temporary camp they had set up. Some people were scattered around the area. They were probably keeping watch too. It was soon midnight. Jiang Hao surveyed the surroundings but didn't find anything. He glanced at the people who had come with him. They were discussing something. Jiang Hao hid behind a tree. He climbed up to a branch and opened the book on charms and bewitchment. He couldn't study the nameless manual or the 7 forms of heavenly technique here. So, he read the books on charms to pass the time. As he read more and more, he found the content fascinating. Enchantments were much more powerful than he had expected. If it weren't for the heaven extinction goo poison, he might have been affected by many things already. The aura, movement, words, a glance, a smile, all contained hidden killing intent. It was to captivate the mind and the heart to break defensive barriers. Terrifying, he muttered softly. It is quite unexpected to see you learning such techniques, said a voice near his ear. Jiang Hao was startled. He almost fell off the branch. Hong Yuye had appeared right beside him on the branch. Senior, how long have you been here? Jiang Hao quickly put away the book. From when you reached the 6th page, she said. Jiang Hao was a bit embarrassed. He had just opened the book. It wasn't like he was trying to learn to use them. The woman beside him was incredibly powerful. She had released little to no aura. He hadn't been able to sense her at all. Why are you learning that? She asked. Please don't misunderstand, Senior, said Jiang Hao. I think that some people are using such techniques to manipulate me. So, I wanted to learn more about them to detect it. Hong Yuye frowned. She was really not used to Jiang Hao being truthful. He always lied to her. It felt strange when he was being honest. She jumped down from the branch and landed softly on the ground. Jiang Hao followed. How is my flower? Have you been paying attention to it? She asked. I worry about it day and night, but I'm powerless when it comes to certain things, said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye nodded. She looked in the distance where the starlight fell. Why are you here? I'm on a sect mission. I had no choice. Do you know what's inside the core? Hong Yuye took a step forward. Her gaze was fixed on the light that illuminated the core. Demons. Do you remember what I told you in the mine? Asked Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao nodded. I remember. It used to be a battlefield before. People believe there is a precious treasure hidden inside. Is that related to this place? It made sense to Jiang Hao. The changes in the mine had caused such changes in the Devil's Den, after all. This is said to be the place where the stars and planets fall and converge. It is also believed to be the place of inheritance. Inheritance. Jiang Hao looked at the light in the distance. Then, why doesn't the Heavenly Note sect try to enter and conquer it? Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. Why don't you ask them? Jiang Hao didn't dare to do so. What about you, Senior? If there was an inheritance there, why didn't Hong Yuye take it for herself? Hong Yuye didn't speak. She looked at Jiang Hao. This time, he didn't see any disdain or mockery in her eyes. There was only calmness. Does that mean she's not interested in it? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He was curious how long it would take him to reach her level. Even if he mined for 100 years and collected bubbles, he couldn't compete with her. Are you interested in inheritance? Hong Yuye asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. It's too dangerous for me. I would rather continue tending to your flower. Having an inheritance would make me an easy target. Hong Yuye smiled. Jiang Hao felt that Hong Yuye didn't care if others found out about this information. I have something I need to ask you, Senior, said Jiang Hao and hesitated. The flower in my courtyard, your flower, is it very difficult to plant it? The question caught her attention. She looked at him. Jiang Hao felt flustered in front of her gaze. He lowered his head. The stars shone brighter. Jiang Hao looked up and realized that the pillar of light at the core was brighter than before. It seems that there is no peace here either, said Hong Yuye. Her gaze shifted back to Jiang Hao. Any progress with the stone tablet? I attended a gathering, hosted by a man named Dan Yuan, Jiang Hao said. He told her briefly about the things that had happened. He also told her that Dan Yuan sought information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Hong Yuye smiled. She seemed to have no intention of getting involved. Jiang Hao felt that Hong Ye couldn't care less about the group in the stone tablet, but he did. For now, he wouldn't give them any information. How long do you plan to stay here? Hong Ye asked. I'm not sure. Bang! Jiang Hao collided with a tree. As soon as possible. I'll return as soon as possible, he said hurriedly. It should be clear by now that your priority is the flower, said Hong Ye. She turned into a red shadow and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He had said he would return as soon as possible, but he didn't know how long that would be. Early the next morning, there was a rumble. Jiang Hao stood on a branch and stared at the distance. Demons appeared and disappeared. There were thousands of them. They were led by two huge demons at the front. They were in the Golden Core realm. Many demons dragged giant rocks behind them. The ground rumbled because of that. It seems like they're planning a massive attack. We have a defensive line with only a little over 500 people. There are around 1,000 demons. This is not a good situation, thought Jiang Hao. But there are many formations and traps in place at the defense line. They should work and delay the demons. The most important thing is whether senior brother Jin Long can fight the two Golden Core demons by himself. Jiang Hao suddenly discovered a hidden group of demons approaching their location. Demons are coming this way. Although there was no immediate danger, they still needed to be careful. I'll alert the group first. If I find an opening, I'll leave the team. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. It's up to you to believe me or not. Chapter 184. It's up to you to believe me or not. Jiang Hao returned to the place where Yi Ji and the others were huddled together. He noticed that they had finished their conversation before he arrived. He didn't ask about it. Junior brother Jiang, did you find something? Asked Lan Feng. I'm guessing you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed here from your outpost. Jiang Hao knew that Lan Feng was planning something against him, but he didn't care. The demons have launched an attack. Everyone knows that, said Xingru. Why is your reaction so slow, junior brother Jiang? Oh, I forgot, said Xingru. It's understandable that your reaction is slow since you're only in the late stage of Foundation establishment realm. Many people laughed. A few were silent. Jiang Hao could sense that his presence as a cultivator in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm made some people feel uneasy. Why would they be bothered by someone in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm? Jiang Hao didn't mind their taunts. He didn't need to stoop to their level. With their attitude, it was hard to survive in this world. Do you have anything else you want to report on, junior brother Jiang? Asked Yi Ji calmly. I think some of the demons are coming this way, said Jiang Hao. I don't think it is a good idea to stay here. This statement caught everyone off guard. Lan Feng was skeptical, but he didn't hesitate to use his magic to call the others who were scouting the surroundings. 4 people returned to their group. Did you find anything? Lan Feng asked. The demons are heading towards the defensive line in large numbers. There should be at least 2 Golden Core realm demons at the front, said a man. Anything else? Yi Ji asked. All 4 of them shook their heads. Are there any demons approaching this place? Lan Feng asked. The 4 people shook their heads. They all looked at Jiang Hao. Well, I must have been mistaken, said Jiang Hao. He had notified them. As for whether they believed him or not wasn't his problem. He just needed to find a suitable opportunity to leave the group and be on his way. Mistaken. The 2 seniors in the Golden Core realm didn't speak, but the others looked at him with disdain. Yi Ji frowned. Do you know that our lives are at stake here? Said Xingru angrily. How can you be so careless? She grabbed Jiang Hao by his shirt collar and slammed him against a tree. You dare to cause trouble even though you are just at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? I wasn't joking about it, said Jiang Hao. It seems you have grievances toward me, senior sister. What do you mean? Said Xingru. If you weren't joking, then why is your information incorrect? You can wait here and find out for yourself, said Jiang Hao. He shook her hand off his collar and leaped away from the tree. Yi Ji and Lan Feng shouted from a few paces away. Retreat! They had just been about to make a move when they saw something from the corner of their eyes. Xingru was startled. A hand pierced through her body. She fell down with a thud. Another hand slammed against her head and sent her flying. Xingru landed near Jiang Hao. I know that our lives are at stake. That's why I came to inform the group, but you didn't believe me. Your death verifies the truth anyway. Xingru tried to look up at Jiang Hao, but she couldn't move her body or her head. Jiang Hao looked at his senior lying at his feet. He felt sorry for her. He realized that he didn't want to be a person who would be lying at someone else's feet because of his stupidity. He needed to try his best to maintain a rational and open mind, and he needed to become stronger. Meanwhile, the others were also under attack. Thanks to the two Golden Core Realm seniors, they didn't struggle too much. The group was bewildered. They felt regret and anger. How did the demons appear so suddenly? They looked at Jiang Hao in resentment. Why hadn't he explained in detail? Yi Ji felt annoyed. She didn't expect Jiang Hao to brush it off as a mistake after everyone mocked him. She had to admit that he was sharp and highly perceptive. Just as she was about to speak to him, Jiang Hao shouted, "Seniors, I think it's best if we leave." The group was taken aback. What did he mean? Although many of them were skeptical, they didn't dare show it. Xingru had done it, and now she was dead. The number of demons is increasing. If we don't leave, more demons will find us. It won't be easy to escape later, said Jiang Hao. Senior sister Yi Ji, take others and go. I'll try to hold them off. Once I draw them away, I'll catch up. They all looked at each other and were tempted to run away. Boom! Jiang Hao leaped to the front of the group and slashed down at a demon with his saber. He stood in front and blocked the demons. Go quickly, he urged. Okay. Yi Ji didn't hesitate. Junior brother Jiang, catch up with us as soon as you can. I have something important to tell you. Jiang Hao nodded. Lan Feng's eyes flickered, but he gritted his teeth and led the group away. Jiang Hao prevented the demons from following them. Although he had no obligation to protect these people, they were needed to resolve the big crisis. He also needed to finish the mission as soon as possible and return home. Jiang Hao used daily appraisal on Lan Feng as the group left. He bothered Jiang Hao. Soon, his feedback arrived. Lan Feng's cultivation was ordinary. There was nothing strange, except that he coveted Jiang Hao's storage treasure. So, he wants my storage treasure because he thinks I might have some treasures because of my journey and extraordinary advancement. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. It made sense why Lan Feng would want his storage treasure. He also wanted Lan Feng's storage treasure. He just didn't know if he could get it. He looked at the surrounding demons. He took a step forward and swung his saber in a semicircle. The slash was like a whip of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Xingru and slowly sheathed his sword. Clang! As the sword returned to its sheath, a burst of sword energy swept through the surroundings. Numerous demons fell to the ground. Jiang Hao bent down to pick up her storage treasure. Before leaving, he scattered the 10,000 swords talismans all over the place to prevent the demons from chasing after him. He checked to see where Yi Ji and the others had reached. He then checked where the stronger demons were heading. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Did I choose the wrong place? Chapter 185. Did I choose the wrong place? In the Devil's Den, two men slowly emerged from beneath the swamp. They smiled at each other. We're in. Although entering through the second entrance was troublesome, it became much easier with someone providing cover. One of them had snow-white hair and the other had a small goatee. They were quite pleased with themselves. It seems that the manpower of the Heavenly Note sect is indeed insufficient. Our people found a loophole as soon as they attacked. I wonder if anyone else has entered this place besides us? The white-haired man said. They probably headed toward the core. These people want to make contributions, find the demon's treasure, and awaken the Holy Master. We need to do the opposite of that, said the man with the goatee. I heard that Jiang Hao is also in the Devil's Denver. He must be in the Foundation establishment realm. Let's sneak past and find him. Wouldn't that be a great accomplishment? The white-haired old man laughed. The man with the goatee agreed. The two of them disappeared again. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao sat on a tree branch and watched the army of demons that kept approaching. The second wave? Already? Although there was no demon in the Golden Core realm this time, there were about 4,000 Foundation establishment realm demons. Where are all these demons coming from? Are they emptying their nests? As he watched, the demons disappeared from sight. He stared at the core of the Devil's Denver. He wondered how large it was. Unfortunately, he had no intention of going inside. The core was still beyond what he could handle at his current cultivation realm. Jiang Hao quickly headed deeper. He didn't go in the same direction as Yi Ji and the others. Instead, he headed toward the area where the demons were swarming out from. Ordinary demons were of no use to him. He wanted to find demons in the Golden Core realm or even the Primordial Spirit realm. Jiang Hao swiftly moved forward like a gentle breeze. He brought out the storage treasure of the dead Xingru and examined it. She wasn't wealthy, but she still had 800 spirit stones in her storage treasure. With that, Jiang Hao now had 1,000 spirit stones. The other items were not worth much. He quickly continued with his journey. 2 days later, he encountered some hidden demons. They were in a group of 10. Their leader was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. They seemed to be patrolling the area. After observing the surroundings, Jiang Hao dealt with the 10 demons in a single strike. He waited for a while, but no bubbles appeared near their corpses. Not even a single white bubble? Oh, come on. Jiang Hao sighed and looked for other demons to kill. If he could help eliminate some of them who were headed to the defense line, it would help the disciples from his sect. He was far away from everyone. No one would notice that he had made contributions. 5 days later, he got some bubbles from 2 dead demons in the Primordial Spirit realm. He ventured deeper and found that the demons here were stronger. However, the demons in their Primordial Spirit realm were no different from those in the Foundation establishment realm. They all lacked intelligence. Most of them acted on instinct. This made him worried. Who is controlling these demons? The core beam was the same as before. It meant that it was too far away. Getting too close would be dangerous, so he moved in another direction. 3 people approached the demon's corpse. At the front was a beautiful woman who looked at the demon's corpse with a frown. There shouldn't be anyone else taking this path. Perhaps some senior took the wrong path, said Muqi. There are no obvious traces around, so it shouldn't be people from the other teams, said another man. Let's catch up and see if we can find them. Ning Xian quickened her pace. Muqi and the woman followed. They were also searching for the person behind all this. They split into 3 teams and headed in 3 different directions. If they encountered demons on the way, they would just kill them. At first, there were no problems. However, when they followed the path, they found that someone had already taken care of the demons. They chased for 2 more days. The group felt uneasy. Every time they found a corpse, they discovered that they had been killed with ruthless force. They were curious about who the person with such strength was. Something doesn't seem right. Ning Xian looked at the corpse under her feet. We were only half a day behind this person. But now they seem a whole day ahead of us. Is it just one person's doing, or are there others? Mu Qi was stunned. The image of Jiang Hao flashed through his mind. He didn't think Jiang Hao was extraordinarily strong, but the people who had offended him had ended up dead somehow. He wondered if something else was protecting him. Perhaps the person protecting him is up to something. He didn't share his thoughts out loud. He had only shared them with Miao Tinglian before. Let's continue, Ningxian said. Jiang Hao stood in front of a camp surrounded by trees. There were golden core demons and primordial spirit demons in a group. As he approached, he felt a faint fluctuation of power. It quickly disappeared. That must be the source that senior sister Yi Ji mentioned before. He decided to go in and take a look. Jiang Hao approached from the side. Although the demons were strong, they had their weaknesses. They weren't very perceptive. Jiang Hao saw a house. That was the source of the power fluctuation he sensed. There were many demons guarding the house. He saw a demon sitting in front of a wooden table. There was an irregular stone on the table. Inside, the stars were twinkling. The source of power was from this stone. The demon raised his head and looked at him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.